Ligger for folk inn.
Med kablet der.
Ja,
Så vågnede folk.
Okay.
Du må sige, du skal have en kop kaffe, mens du sidder her.
Hello, I'm Jean-Philippe Buisson from Hynamics EDF. So presenting a project. So I would be interested to discuss a little bit about what you presented. Especially
Okay, everybody, I think we'll start. We're still struggling to get everybody in, but it's time for our next speaker now, which is ready, Jean-Philippe Buisson from EDF. So thank you.
Start?
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon to everybody. I know I have the toughest time slot of the afternoon, so I'll try to stimulate you with our project named Take Care. That's our project. So let me introduce myself. Okay, so I belong to Hynamics company. Hynamics company is actually a 100% owned subsidiary of EDF Group, which is a major electricity provider, renewable and nuclear in France. And Hynamics is actually the startup style company within the big group EDF in order to develop, invest and operate ultimately hydrogen and derivatives activities. So we already have a portfolio of projects, but we also already have a few operating plants, mostly for mobility, for bus type of mobility or public transportation mobility with hydrogen. So we are on a learning curve, let's say, of operating an hydrogen company, an hydrogen plant, and investing in bigger size projects. So let me present to you the Take Care. That's the name that we gave 2 years ago now to our project, which would be an industrial scale, first of a kind, or kind of, because you've seen already a few good examples this morning of comparable projects for eSAF. So in a few words, the key words or the key parameters of the project is to transform biogenic CO2. We've talked about biogenic CO2 this morning very much. Transform also low carbon electrolytic H2. And I would insist on the word low carbon because for EDF, understanding low carbon is renewable, but also nuclear. And that's one asset that we will discuss about in this presentation. And transforming that, of course, into eSAF. Our target is to produce something like 50,000 tons per year of e-fuel and something between 70% and 80% of kilometers. Have I done something wrong? No? Okay. Okay, let's continue. So 50,000 tons of e-fuel. So we have a partner for the technology. Do you hear me correctly? Yes. We have a partner for the technology side of transforming the CO2 and the H2 into kerosene, which is Axens, the subsidiary of IFPEN, the French Institute for Petroleum, but also renewable energy. So actually, it's very much a partnering project, a partner project, a joint venture style project. I've put the main names here on that slide. On one end, we have a reference customer, let's call it that way, with Air France Group, Air France KLM. So reference means non-exclusive customer, but means the one that has already embarked on the project with us and is supporting the project development. On the other side, on the CO2 front, we have Holcim Group, a cement company, with, and I will show you in 1 minute, dedicated cement plant of Lafarge in the Western France. And so in between, we have EDF and Hynamics and Axens. Okay, that project is actually part of a bigger picture, and that's what makes it, I feel, more complex, clearly, more risky maybe, but also more attractive. The bigger picture is something we've called Capped for Climate. And in fact, that's the name under which we have applied to the Innovation Fund. And we are now crossing our fingers because we should know by end of October if we have a support from the Innovation Fund for that Capped for Climate project. CAT for climate comes from capturing the whole CO2 coming from one cement plant. You'll see it on the left part, Saint-Pierre-la-Cour. It's in Western France. It's one of the major cement factory of Western France, of Lafarge-Holcim Group. And a cement company, well, you have roughly 1 million tons of CO2 that is emitted every year. So we will capture this 1 million tons a year of CO2. And then another brick of the project is what we call Go CO2, and it's a new network of pipelines that will transport the captured CO2 towards the harbor of Saint-Nazaire, Western France. I'll show you a map next slide. That pipeline network will actually bring the CO2 coming from that cement plant, but also 3 other main emitters, same size in that Western France area. And then we will sort out, at least on a book and claim and a mass balance question, we will sort out the biogenic CO2 and the non-biogenic, the fossil CO2. The biogenic CO2 comes from the burning, from the energy provided by biomass waste in a cement factory. Today, the cement plants are all trying to get greener, and they have a lot of biomass waste that they burn in their furnace. And this share is roughly, for the 1 million ton of the Saint-Pierre-la-Cour plant, 160,000 tons of biogenic CO2, which is already well guaranteed, existing, traced back to the quotas of ETS, because they don't pay any ETS on this biogenic CO2. So the non-biogenic, the fossil CO2 will go for storage somewhere underground, offshore. And we will use actually the biogenic CO2 to transform it into kerosene. The location is important. We feel it's a strategic location, a location for first project, but also a good location for potential scalability, replication for further developments. It's a place, Western France, where there is already a quite industrial harbor with a good electric connection. That's number 1 supply. Number 2 supply, the CO2, as I said, the Go CO2 pipeline network will just arrive next door to our plant and will store the million tons of CO2 just next door to the plant location. And then you have, of course, as in all harbor, the possibilities of either deliver locally, and we have the Nantes airport in the close vicinity, but we can ship then the kerosene, the fuel, to the Le Havre harbor, where then we have the direct delivery to Roissy and Orly platforms in France, thanks to the Trapil network, Trapil pipeline. So it's a good location. It's also an interesting location in terms of public acceptance, and that's something which is important for such an industrial project. It takes part of a turnover, let me say, of that industrial area. You have an oil refinery today. You used to have also a coal-fired plant. So all this is turning around today to a more sustainable activities, and we are part of that green strategy of Saint-Nazaire Harbor. Another point I would like to address also here, we are in the close vicinity of a water treatment plant, and that water treatment plant will be our main supply source for the water we will use in the electrolyzer. Okay, the life of a project developer is unfortunately to identify risks and to try to mitigate those risks, to de-risk the project. So you have to be very optimistic when you are a project developer, because there are a lot of risks, and we've seen that this morning with other project developers. Of course, in a large project like that one, relying on various supplies, CO2, electricity, there is a kind of co-completion risk, which is important to identify. Project on project risk. To start our plants, we will need to have the CO2. So somewhere we'll need to have the CO2 emitter ready to capture the CO2. We will need to transport the CO2 on the appropriate location. We will need to have also the electrolyzers ready for that. So there are a lot of project on project risk that would take some time to try to align and make sure that the agendas fit all together, and that we have a good partnership between the various project owners. We have also a very important technical risk to address. So technical means, of course, and that's our job at Dynamics, addressing the electrolyzer, addressing the H2 production, making sure that the electrolysis performance and the lifetime degradation is under control, is well planned, that we have accounted for the appropriate costs for that. But on a project like that one, and like those one we've seen this morning, there are a lot of interface risks. Electrolyzer for H2, but of course, then we have to use the H2 into the RW, reverse water gas shift, and then into the Fischer-Tropsch. So all those interface have to be well adjusted, and in order to have a global production performance, which makes sense for our business plan. And at the end of that technical risk, we have the selectivity of the process. So as we said, we target 70 to 80% of kerosene, but the rest is naphtha or diesel. The value, no wonder, comes from the kerosene. We will extract most value of the project from selling the eSAF, and therefore we have to optimize that selectivity. Then on the other side, we have also the offtake risk. So as I mentioned, we have a reference customer, but we will need to go further to a real offtake agreement and confirm a long-term offtake agreement in order to justify the long-term investment. Long-term, in my meaning, is something like 15 years. And that's what we are discussing today with off-takers. We want long-term of 15 years like offtake agreement with a good back-to-back risk sharing, price review mechanism, price indexing based on the electricity, based on the CO2. So there is a lot to negotiate, of course, in those things. Kerosene is the real value of the project, but there is also naphtha. E-naphtha is an uncharted country today. There is also naphtha existing. Of course, there is a big market for naphtha. There is a immature market for bio-naphtha because the biofuel makers are also doing some bio-naphtha. E-naphtha, no one knows about it. I'm convinced that there is a real value, a premium value in the e-naphtha, because at the kerosene, it's at least 70% CO2 emission reduction, carbon footprint emission. So it has a green value, of course. We have to develop the e-naphtha market, and that will be the real upside of the project, is to bring to that e-naphtha as much value as possible. On the other side, one asset of the project, I believe, and I would like to say 2 words about it, is the electricity. We are connected to the grid. In France, the grid, and we had a very interesting expose, a very interesting speech this morning about it. The grid is low carbon, which means that we can connect without any additionality, renewable, additionality limitation, renewable, but also nuclear. And then the mix of products that we will do from our plant will be a mix of RFNBO, made with renewable electricity, and low carbon SAF, made with nuclear energy. So that has another advantage, which is the fact that we can run on a base load continuously because the complementarity, because renewable and nuclear makes it 100% supply of low carbon electricity. And therefore, we can plan our project to be on, let's say, 8,000 hours a year of production. And that, for a first project like this one, is a clear advantage. But of course, it exposes us to more PPA negotiations, more supply and pricing mechanisms linked to a mix of nuclear, a mix of renewable. It exposes us also to some mechanisms that are today helping the price of electricity, which, for example, is the case for indirect carbon compensation, and that has a real value on the electricity price. So that's a risk that we have, of course, to address: the market exposure, the intermittency, and the PPA exact mix of our electricity. And we have plenty of other risks, of course, on the regulatory side. I think we've seen this morning a lot has been done in 2022, 2023. We are still waiting for a delegated act, and especially on the nuclear side. We are still waiting for the penalty mechanism, and that will be key to set a reference for the market price. Let me conclude with that slide. I would like to show here that we have an agenda of project development. We are not even in the middle of the project development. What we plan is actually to launch our detailed engineering, the FEED engineering sometime mid-2025, and to get FID this time, end of 2026. Actually, the whole reverse planning comes from 2030, where we want to be ready for the first year of mandate for ESAF. So coming back from 2030, clearly we need a FID by end of 2026 at the latest. So we are in between in the development. We've done the pre-FEED. Now we've launched the subsidized research, and we have actually a few applications under review this time, Innovation Fund, ADEME, and other mechanisms. We have launched all our environmental studies for our land location. We have launched a lot of engineering already. And one aspect which is important too is launching that public consultation. According to the French law, we have to do an advanced public consultation, in order to get some community support, or at least the reaction of the community. It's not that obvious to build a new industrial plant somewhere in France today. It has not been the case for many years. A new oil refinery, there has not been such investment for 20 years at least. So restarting such a project means a lot of public consultation, public acceptance that is not a given. And then, of course, all the permitting and technical challenges. Contractual challenge, and let me conclude with that. I think many of my colleagues have mentioned it this morning. To reach FID, you need a well-balanced risk sharing with all parties. And this is to be negotiated. The off-takers have to take some risk because it will be a first initial step into that ESAF market. Risk like some indexation on the CO2 price, like the indexation also on electricity price, like the long-term commitment and volumes. The EPC has to take some risk, but I'm not that confident that we could get a full guarantee, performance guarantee. I think that for a first-of-a-kind project, it will be tough, and we mentioned it, discussing about that this morning, about Nordic Electrofuel. So we'll have to take also some guarantees from the equipment makers, from the technology providers. We will have also to make sure that all the lenders take some kind of risk, because I know it's optimistic, but we plan to have non-recourse financing with some leverage from lenders. And for that aspect, we are discussing these days with one infrastructure fund in order to share the financial risk of the development. So we are still ahead. We are still a lot of challenges that lie ahead, but so far so good. I would say we've seen that in the last 2 years, the market has changed in a positive way. Many things have settled. We've seen more and more interest of takers, which is, of course, the real bankability of the project is to have those off-takers. And the technology should be ready. So far so good, and I'm ready for your questions if you have any.
Yes, questions? Anyone? Okay, then maybe I can go ahead. I mean,
There's one there.
Okay.
Price at the end, because low carbon fuel and RFNBO will have probably another price because the feedstock have different price. So how do you made a mix and then you make a kind of balance, or how do you define the price of your fuel? Because from the certification perspective, you will have to go for the RFNBO and the lower carbon fuel scheme.
Yes, certainly. For certification process, you're right. There will be 2 different certified products. One will be RFNBO, the other one will be low carbon fuel, low carbon SAF. The word is not that precise today, but at least the 2 of them participate in the same mandate of ESAF. So somewhere it will be capped, if I use that word, by the same penalty. That's what we expect. And I truly hope that the penalty will be high enough to be very a good incentive to purchase the product. Then in terms of cost, it will be a different cost, because we will have a cost based on renewable electricity, a cost based on nuclear electricity. I would say that at the level of H2 production, because the electricity goes mostly into the H2 production, we will as much as the delegated act and the regulation and the certification allows us to do so, to mix and get, at the end of the day, low carbon H2. And this is what is enough to produce eSAF, is to have low carbon SAF, is to have low carbon H2. So we will have always low carbon H2, and that's what is most important. And then what we have to do is to guarantee the 70% CO2 emission reduction, carbon footprint reduction. And then it will be a commercial discussion. Maybe a few of the airline companies or distributors will want to make a special focus on RFNBO compared to low carbon SAF, because, for example, of ETS allocation or other subsidy that they may get for RFNBO and not for the eSAF. So probably you're right, it will end up with different price. Maybe not if we are in an undersupplied market, maybe not. So we may have that opportunity in that case to have a similar price for the two of them. On our side, at least, we will try to mix as much as possible the marketing of those two products.
Well, I think you need one price, because at the end, if you tell your customer, so low carbon fuel is less expensive than RFNBO, he's not going to buy the RFNBO probably.
Of course.
Okay.
Then we see talking with off-takers that they may pay more attention, for example, to the level of carbon footprint reduction that you provide. If we come with nuclear energy, but 95% reduction of the carbon footprint, then that may have more value than having RFNBO for 70% of the mix.
We do have an online question. Do you plan to use SMR to provide clean electricity for this project? How sensitivity of distance between SMR and SAF plant?
When you speak about SMR, could I ask if you speak about small modular nuclear reactor? I think that's the question. Well, I'm part of EDF Group. EDF Group is a large group involved in the nuclear industry. We operate very large nuclear plants. So for sure, we will use electricity coming from nuclear plants, existing one of to the French grid, French network, and the future one, which will be more like EPR, that means big size nuclear plants. Then we are also taking a look as EDF at that technology of SMR, and we may develop SMR. We may have a few demonstrators somewhere in the world or somewhere in France in the near future. I would say it's for the next generation. It has a lot of interest to look at SMR or nuclear plant together with this technology of e-fuel, because you could together use the heat provided by the SMR or by the nuclear reactor and the electricity. And if we bet on the next generation of electrolyzers, that may be a high temperature, high performance, SOEC type, then having the heat coming from the SMR, if it's a SMR or nuclear facility in the vicinity of the plant, and the electricity provided, then you get some 10% more efficiency to the whole process. So that may make sense in the future. I would feel that at that level and where we are today, we have to secure a few projects with mature, as much as possible, technologies, Fischer-Tropsch-like, WGS, grid connection, electrolyzers with PEM or alkali type of electrolyzing. So, and then the next generation is, of course, open to more advanced innovations and technologies.
Any more questions from the audience?
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, then we're ready for our next speaker, which is Bregan Helgeson, Innovation Manager in Uniper.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brogan. I'm an innovation manager at Uniper, and I'm also the general project manager for the North Star H2 project, which is Uniper's lighthouse e-methanol project. So I'm very excited to be here today to tell you a bit about Uniper, our strategy, and how our e-methanol project fits in to helping us achieve our strategic goals. So many of you have probably heard of Uniper. We're a rather large global energy player with over 7,000 employees in more than 40 countries. We are active all along the value chain, coming from a history of gas, but we have, like many energy companies across Europe, been working hard to transform and diversify our portfolio. So we have introduced a very large renewables team, hydrogen team, focusing on green gases. And of course, in Sweden, we're very active in the hydropower areas. And we also have coal-fired power plants and as well as nuclear. Our entire generation capacity is 22.4 gigawatts. And we, once again, are aiming to achieve a wide range of climate goals, one of which being carbon neutrality by 2040. Our gas portfolio is roughly 200 terawatt hours, and our EBIT last year was approximately 6.3 billion euros. So looking at our strategy, once again, we have this long-term goal of being carbon neutral in 2040. However, until 2030, we have now last year released a, I would say, very ambitious strategic roadmap that Uniper is seeking to achieve. One of the targets worth mentioning is the over 8 billion euro target that we've set to spend in new green sustainable asset projects, and including, for example, areas in hydrogen, green gases, and CCS. You also see we focused the strategy on 4 different areas. So customers, green and flexible power, green gases, and optimization. And I think it's worth here in this setting, emphasizing the targets that we've made in the green gas area, because this is where we see the role of green fuels really fitting into this puzzle, especially looking at the electrolyzer target of 1 gigawatt. Of course, we know that projects such as SAF and e-methanol can really help us in achieving this electrolyzer target. Now, maybe pivoting to the project itself. Once again, this is a project that has stemmed out of the innovation team, has now moved into a greater green fuels business area that we are currently growing at Uniper. And this is our first of its kind e-methanol project located in Östersund, Sweden. So Östersund, Sweden is right in the middle of Sweden. It's an SE2, it's landlocked. However, right in the NATO belt, a very strong infrastructure, university, a small metropole. Our aim is to produce up to 112,000 tons of e-methanol per year, which would upcycle up to 160,000 kilotons of biogenic CO2. We would also then consume approximately 1.1 terawatt hours of electricity to produce the green hydrogen, which in SE2 is over 95% renewable. This translates to an electrolyzer capacity of roughly 135 megawatts. In terms of the timeline, we've just started our pre-FEED study, and we are aiming to have an FID in Q1 2027 to begin execution construction in 2027, of course, to reach a COD target of Q2 2029. So where our focus has been up to now has really been on securing the site. I think everyone in this room knows how difficult it is to find a location that checks all of the boxes. Sweden is also a very attractive market, of course, for green fuels because it does have CO2, renewable electricity, but there are challenges in finding the appropriate locations for green fuel plants in Sweden. So Uniper actually was able to exclusively reserve this site in I think, May 2022, with the intention of producing green fuel. And over the last 2 years, we have really done a lot of work to make sure that we have exclusive rights to the site and can continue in a very comfortable position with our e-methanol project development. One unique aspect of this site, especially looking at Sweden, is the grid connection. So the DSO actually got called to the queue in 2014. So they actually secured 800 megawatts from the TSO at that time and has been looking for customers since then to help them finance the grid project. So Uniper is a partner in this grid expansion project and has therefore secured exclusive rights to 175 megawatts, which is in northern Sweden, I would say rather rare. We also know the bidding zone in SE2 is comparably attractive when we look at the power prices across Europe, which also makes it an attractive market for green fuels and enhances our business case. Another unique aspect of the site, you can see in the map on the left-hand side, we have a neighboring biogenic CO2 plant and are able to directly next to our plant secure biogenic flue gas. So we have a direct source of CO2. Once again, another key piece of the puzzle that is often quite difficult in green fuel production. And then I guess second to lastly, the infrastructure. So a lot of these sites in northern Sweden tend to be quite rural. Östersund has a large advantage of having great, I would say, like I said, municipality that's very supportive, that wants to grow, that is expanding their logistics, expanding their railway, expecting a large population expansion as well. And there is a railway station approximately 1 kilometer away from our site, which enables a wide range of offtake possibilities. And then lastly, we are located in an industrial area, which is also not, I would say, always the case in these more rural areas in Sweden. So it's really, you can see this whole triangle between our site and the railway station is completely permitted for industrial use. And this area where the pipeline would stretch between the site and the railway station is in fact completely municipality land and can be used for our project and is already secured in different contracts. So we've really laid the groundwork and secured basically the area, the connections, checked off all of the critical boxes so that we can really begin looking at the project itself. So like many of the projects presented today, our aim is to decarbonize these hard to abate sectors. So we plan to use the biogenic CO2 from the neighboring CHP plant with the renewable electricity to have green hydrogen, and in doing so have e-methanol. We know that the conditions of the site enable us to produce a very dark green product, as we say. So we have the high share of renewables from the grid. We have the biogenic CO2, which is a product of the CHP plant. And the CHP plant runs on waste wood and forest residues, so it's very sustainable in that sense. And then the railway does allow us to have a fully electrified offtake, and in doing so have a very low greenhouse gas footprint. So we see our product as kind of a golden version of e-methanol, which is very, I would say, standard in Sweden. But looking globally, this is a very, very green product that we are offering to the market. We are currently looking at 3 different sectors for offtake, which we've, I think, heard mostly all of them today. So shipping, and we also look at, it's not actually highlighted here, but of course, methanol to jet is an interesting option. And methanol is, of course, the majority of methanol today is used in the chemical industry. So we also continue to look at that as a possible sector as well. But as many of you have already highlighted, we do see a large pull from the maritime sector, and that's where we have been concentrating our activities up to now. There's been many headlines over the last years of many different shipping companies investing in green fuels, moving away from heavy fuel oils and diesel, and I would say investigating other options. You can see on the right-hand side that the current status quo of the shipping fleet is very fossil dominated, but we do see in the new ship orders that there is this very strong push to invest in alternative fuel ships. And I see this as a very clear signal that the regulation is working. Of course, not perfectly, but there is signs in the market that there is a change. We also see that a lot of these companies are beginning to invest in upstream asset projects, which is also, I think, a good sign, since we have been speaking today a lot about these supply bottlenecks, and there needs to be some kind of coordination between supply and demand in these emerging markets. So maybe zooming in now on the ship orders, we've seen historically that this alternative fuel share has been mostly dominated by LNG. And LPG hasn't then emerged, of course, starting 2020, 2021. What we do see is since 2022, that methanol really has entered the market and is growing at an exponential rate. So growing 58% in the ship orders between 2022 and 2023, and 85% from 2023 as of, I think this slide is about 1 or 2 months old. So probably even more so when we look at the end of the year. And we know because of the regulation and now in the end of the year with the IMO targets that will be released, we do expect there to be a strong push from 2020 onward. This push fuel and potentially a sub target will drive, in our opinion, a strong e-methanol market, especially in the maritime sector. I think it's also important to note that I think the maritime sector is unique compared to, for example, aviation, in the sense that we do expect it to be a multi-fuel market. We don't expect one, at least this is the opinion of the project and of Uniper, we don't see one winner. We see that LNG and e-methanol, ammonia, they could be complementary in the market. We also see that LNG, of course, in the long term will be phased out. How it compensate from 2030 onwards. So just go back. So yes, this is our goal for North Star H2 to really address this market, to address the supply bottleneck and take advantage of these investment trends we see in the shipping sector. So lastly, I know that this is also a big topic in many projects is partnering. And this kind of project can't be done alone. We rely on the expertise of very strong partners, and we rely very much on the support of our local stakeholders. So the project will be developed together with Liquid Wind, who Claes Fredriksson's here. He will be presenting tomorrow on Liquid Wind, and Liquid Wind works with a very strong technology consortium, including an integrator. So in this case, it's Worley who will be leading our pre-FEED study and working to design the balance of plant. And then we work with Liquid Wind's technology consortium of OEMs, including Siemens Energy, Alfa Laval, Topsoe, and Carbon Clean. And through this partnership approach, we strongly believe that we can reduce a lot of these risks that we see in the first of its kind projects and rely on the experience of Liquid Wind in their flagship approach. In terms of feedstock, we have a very supportive stakeholder community. Yamkraft is the owner and operator of the biogenic CHP plant, and we have already contracts in place for CO2 supply, steam supply. We will also be recycling some of our byproducts to offtake to Yamkraft as well. And the municipality, of course, will provide the water and will support us with cooling and other balance of plant and utilities. And Uniper, of course, in our role as an energy company, will be responsible primarily for the renewable power. And once again, having secured the grid connection, we believe we've made a strong investment in a strong site to set up a project that reaches FID and beyond. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Then we open for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Fabio Botsulos, my name, from ESB in Ireland. My question is regarding what was your main driver to choose methanol rather than Fischer-Tropsch, for example, or other types of e-fuels that you could produce on that phenomenal site that you found? And the second question is, what was your constraint in terms of size? Was it the biogenic source of CO2? Are you going to use all the CO2, or is it more like the land availability or the grid connection of taking, etc.?
Really great questions. Thank you. To the first question, the size of the available plot was really the constraining factor, because we did actually assess in summer 2022 whether this would be a site for SAF or methanol. And the site itself, as you can see in the orange box, is 20 hectares. And the green area, which is where we expect our plot to sit, is 7. I know it's maybe not to scale, but it's the 7 hectares. And that's one of the advantages we see with e-methanol is that it just needs significantly less space. If we talk about the same volume, so about 100,000 tons, we have comparable projects that have lands that's 10 times as high. So the size of the site, I think, was one of the drivers. Of course, we also have a longstanding partnership with Liquid Wind as well. So we had the availability to have a strong partner from the beginning. So this is was, I would say, the two reasons why we went in this direction. In terms of the capacity, we do see that the CHP in Sweden is heat driven. So we do have the challenge of having a summer deficit. And this is what we do have sufficient CO2. It's a question on the seasonality and the storage. And if we can ramp up production, I believe we would like to investigate that. But our bottleneck here is really this summer deficit from the CHP plant.
More questions?
I'm just curious, from the perspective of, a very large company, like, what are the barriers to FID that you guys are encountering at the moment?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. I think it's not far away from what maybe the challenges everyone else. I mean, of course, we have a large backing, but you have to know we're kind of going against the grain here. So Uniper is a very established gas company, and this is new. I mean, it's about risk taking, right? We all know that these first of its kind projects require risk, and it's just about gauging the risk appetite of the company. I do think that this is a very attractive project. This is why we also have the full support of the board to, experiment, I would say, in this area. But I do think that it's also a mindset, just having this risk appetite. Of course, the way that we try to mitigate that risk is having the commitments of the off-taker, right? Which is, I would say, a reoccurring challenge we've heard in this room today. These companies like Uniper who have gas as their DNA, we want to have a 10, 15, 20-year back-to-back contract. I think from the EDF, we also heard that as well. And this is something that, being from innovation, we do try to educate our board. I mean, of course, they know about this as well, but we always have to reiterate that perhaps the tools we use in the gas industry can't be one-to-one used for these emerging markets. So I also think that that's part of the challenge, finding that balance between getting the off-takers to meet us in the middle and having, maybe this older energy mindset kind of think a bit outside the box.
Since you have gas in your DNA, do you also have eLNG projects under development?
eLNG, no, we don't have any, but we do have quite a few of LNG projects. We have the Williamshaven terminal where we have a gasification from LNG, and there we are actually building an ammonia cracker. So I would say in terms of other projects that we're working on, Uniper is very dedicated to e-methanol as well as ammonia, but no eLNG yet. But I can take that back to the innovation team. Any other questions? Okay. I will be
Okay.
around, so. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, then we are ready for a panel discussions on eSAF development, opportunities, challenges, and its potential in aviation. So if we can get Marcus Rohrbach, Jean-Philippe Bosson, Nicolas Seri, and David Dweek.
I'm gonna announce him. Don't.
Okay.
Yes.
One of you, okay. Hi. Hi. Good night. Nice to meet you. David, nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
And also another new panelist, Please, Van
Just
Maren,
sit down.
if you can
Whatever.
also join the panel discussion. Thank you.
Sit down. Yeah. Okay, so we have a panel discussion for about 25 minutes here. So I think some of the key points here, I think we touched upon quite a lot, but I think what's quite interesting is, where are the airlines with regards to taking up ESAF? And would like to start with you, David. I mean, as you sort of, well, you're doing the market research and well, you were also, at least before, owned by airlines. So
Yeah,
yes.
still.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. KLM, you're referring to, they're still some of our owners. Yeah, the role of airlines is naturally very important. I think that when it comes to project as SAF, you eventually have multiple players in the value chain that needs to play the role. And investors, that's quite clear, but investors want to have guarantees. And I think offtake agreements is one of the most important, if not the most important factor that airlines should take a role in. But as mentioned during my presentation, you're seeing that airlines are taking kind of a sit and wait approach. And it also holds true for the 25 mandate that's coming up next year. What happened right now is that SAF prices has reduced over the past year. And it has mainly to do with the fact that a lot of fuel developers, they're waiting for that gunshot to start and then sell their price to a very high price. And I think like for ESAF is going to be like kind of the same kind of game. But airlines do need to really understand that eventually SAF is going to be part of their system. And I think we as an industry and developers need to enforce or reassure to the airlines that eventually this is going to happen and the mandate is not going to go away. And with that will enable us to create those offtake agreements, which are very important. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment on that? Christian?
And I've done a good job.
Okay, then you've done a very good job. So we've been discussing earlier today about the EU mandates, the upcoming EU mandates, and how that will sort of play into the demand. So maybe you, Jean-Philippe, as you have a project being developed now, how do you see this, and how would that sort of benefit you to sort of get an offtake agreement?
Thank you. For sure, nothing would happen without that EU mandate and the one we have today. And that's obviously a big progress of the last 2 years to have that refuel aviation system put in place, to have the mandates plural, because there are 2 mandates, actually, one for the BioSAF and one for the eSAF. You've understood also maybe from my project presentation that the fact that the eSAF mandate includes synthetic RFNBO, but also low carbon fuel is a plus to stimulate projects, to stimulate the development and the off-taking possibilities that will be at the end the key of the bankability. There is still one point which seems to me, and as far as I understood this morning, also to many of you, essential. It's the level of the buyout penalty. And of course, we have in the EU mandate today, in the refuel aviation, we have a formula, but you've understood that this formula is not very clear. It says twice the difference, but the difference between what will be the market price, who will decide for that? Will it be on a country per country basis, based on what expectation for biofuel should be okay, because we know already some price index of biofuel, e-fuel, no one knows what it is today. So there's a lot of uncertainty about that, and this penalty system will be key to set a cap of price. I don't trust, and I think you mentioned it this morning, I don't see airlines being able to pay above that penalty. I mean by that, obviously they will also always choose to pay the penalty if the fuel, if the SAF is more expensive than that. So it will be a kind of cap. But it's not enough to have a cap because, of course, there will be competition below that cap, and we will have to optimize the cost below that. I don't know if in your question you have the incentive aspects of it. The other key element to determine that price and the willingness of airlines to purchase the SAF will also be the electricity cost. Electricity is more than 50% of the LCOE of our product. No one, as a project developer, as an investor, will be in a position or wants to be in a position to take the risk of being, let's say, pressed between the electricity price and the market price of fuel. So there will be some kind of indexation or some kind of pass-through mechanism that will be associated to the eSAF with electricity price. And that electricity price market is not yet fully clear either, because there are still a few texts of Europe that are expected in order to calculate the carbon emission, the footprint of electricity, depending if it's nuclear, renewable, or other source of electricity. So there is still some uncertainty in that aspect, the electricity and the penalty. But I believe that having a long-term view and clearly commitment on a long-term volume for the eSAF is what is driving today's activity in Europe for mainstream, for projects, for eSAF projects.
Thank you. So anyone else want to comment on this? Yes, got it.
Hi, I'm Nicolas from Kimod. I totally agree with what Jean-Philippe shared just now. We have to deal with a lot of complexity, and this is increasing. There are still some unknowns. We are talking here about aviation, but shipping is lagging behind, and it's going to be at the next stage of that complexity. And on top of that, we have to deal with this not only for Europe, but on a global basis, because there are some projects which can be developed elsewhere. Now, what we feel is that the good news is that if you look at the US, for example, they are also dealing with a lot of complexity. If you take the IRA, it's been there for 4 years now, nearly. And I think there is barely 1 or 2 projects which have been out. So meaning that it's so complex that nothing is happening right now in the US, and everybody now is waiting for the next election. So we are complex in Europe, but the others are complex too, and we still so we have to move fast, I think, to be clearer with all the complexity that was mentioned by Jean-Philippe. And this is true for aviation, but for shipping as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ties Vermaren. I'm from TNO, Applied Research Center in the Netherlands. And what I can say from the, let's say, the mandate, it really helps also and push forward different developments in technology. For example, we are looking for the hydrogen production on salt oxide electrolyzers. In that field, we are working on optimizing of co-electrolyzer systems to make syngas. And then we're looking really in the technology, how to optimize that system to make, let's say, more efficient and more durability hydrogen and of syngas out of that as entrance for Visotop's process for the e-fuel production. So it's really a drive, and it makes also the other companies make less hesitating to connect also, because there is something real behind it.
Thank you.
Markus Rabach, Neste. Just to add on the points that have already been brought up, I think the regulation is essential because that provides or creates the market opportunity and the value creation potential behind this. We wouldn't be sitting here without RefuelEU and the underlying regulation. But then below that, with that frame, we're hitting that uncertainty and complexity. So it is a very long and complex value chain with very different partners that have to contract finally. And the investors will need these offtake agreements, long-term offtake agreements, to make their investment bankable. On the other side, all of the market players are operating in a new, illiquid, and not very transparent market. So that simply takes time, effort, and commitment of all partners to find the right balance of value creation potential and risk-taking finally. But the opportunity and what ReFuelEU Aviation provides the framework. One of the obstacles there is, David, excellent presentation, but one thing that you brought up is the ReFuelEU Aviation revision in 2027. I think we also hear the same, that the Commission is determined to uphold at least the mandates. On the other side, it is a revision. So, and somebody in a Brussels corridor voicing an opinion is simply not good enough for an FID on a hundreds of millions or billions project. So there, the investors will need also more certainty. The enforcement mechanism under ReFuelEU Aviation, I think it's a strong one. So there's no buyout. There's no buyout principles with the unknown what the penalties still are, but it is still subject for review, and that is an uncertainty still in the market.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of a critical point. I mean, and David showed, and a couple of us other presenting that probably there will not be enough supply in 2030 of eSAF. And the big question is then what's happened with will the penalties kick in or will it not kick in? And how essential is that for sort of the getting to bankability for the projects many of us are developing. So, yeah.
Yeah. I just want to add and totally agree that one voice is not enough from the European Commission. And I think that also to add to that is that the European Commission, if they've been working quite hard and quite long for such a mandate, and if you have a revision for something that you've been working quite hard on and being very specific on, they said themselves that if they will revise it or downscale it, it does do something with their image and eventual ambitious kind of work that they want to aim. So I think that there's definitely something that one voice is not enough, but I think that's exactly the room that we are in today that needs to also support that and showcase that the sound that is being making by the ones that don't want this to come in place, that we are the ones that need to do that. And maybe we are talking about uncertainty, but I also want to add about something that is also certain that was not mentioned today, but the ReFuelEU is on fuel suppliers, but there's also a mandate on the airlines themselves. So they have also an obligation of uplifting SAF. And that is, to be very specific, they need to uplift 90% of the fuel that they are lending in. So that also, and if they don't, they have to pay the price difference, or not price difference, twice the fossil kerosene price. So in a way, there is also, again, a certainty for airlines as an off-taker to move forward and do something. So they're not in the shadows in terms of being obliged, but just adding to that.
Yes. Any other wanted to comment on this topic or?
Now, what I can say, last week I was in Copenhagen. There was the World Hydrogen Conference, and that was very interesting. And I was moderating a session regarding CapEx and bankability and CapEx cost. But you see there that bankability, trust is there very important. They need to have, let's say, certain, trust also in the technology, if it really works. The second thing is also, can it happen? Can they really trust their investment? And also there, the mandate helps that there is really something going on. And finally, there is then the trust that the investment will be paid off later.
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe one additional word about the market organization. I think we've touched this morning the fact that the market fundamentals is being changed with the SAF and the eSAF. As you mentioned, airlines are now committed to purchase eSAF. We know that in terms of deliveries and logistics, we will have to blend the SAF with fossil fuel, with standard jet fuel, 30%, 50%. There will be along the chain a lot of certifications. We will have to identify on a book and claim system how much of the SAF is dedicated to what airlines, what line directly coming from what airports. And therefore, we see that the airlines company and the off-taker, the ultimate off-takers, are even considering to change their model of purchasing. Instead of just buying the available jet fuel that is available in the airport where they land and want to take off, they want to have more long-term agreement to make sure that they can book and claim a definitive value, a definitive volume of SAF, which means that they will go probably a bit more upstream. Maybe my colleague from NST could comment on that, but they will go more towards the fuel supply than they are today, because they will need to justify what they do in terms of carbon footprint and SAF commitments. And therefore, they will be in a way also acting directly with producers as we are today in a different way than what is existing today with jet fuel makers. So I think we've not seen the full picture yet of how the future market of SAF and eSAF will happen, what will be the role and the commitment of every player. And we have on that aspect uncertainty, but let's take it as a positive uncertainty. And we may have as fuel producers to operate X works, I mean, just deliver our SAF to someone and make sure that this someone will be blending, delivering and filling the airport and the airlines, or having to go up to the plane or up to the airport with the appropriate product. So there is a lot to write, which is unclear, but can bring some more value to the whole value chain and change a bit the role of every player of the chain.
Well, we are now 5.5 years away from when the eSAF quotas kick in. Today, yet no real sort of size eSAF plant has taken FID, and we know it's 2 to 3, 4 years building time, bit depending on what size you're building and where you're building it. So, you know, it seems that even though we do have the quotas, it so far hasn't been enough to get the final investment decision and get enough sort of capacity on stream. So what more can actually be done? What do you think the sort of authorities, the EU Commission should do in order to get secure enough supply of eSAF? You want to take it? Yes. Yeah.
Well, difficult to say what more can be done. I think the enforcement mechanism under ReFuel EU is already strong. So I wouldn't know what actually how to make it even stronger than the no buyout principle that we already have. One element that is that may help, and I've only actually learned about it today, is the Danish example. I've heard it from some of the speakers this morning that the Danish state is offering 10-year offtake agreements and then transforming it into 1-year delivery. That may, and this is not an official statement, and we need to actually analyze the thing, but that may help to actually make these projects or first projects bankable. We have to understand this is only for individual projects, and that's not the goal of governments, but this is at least one creative idea. So to address this and to set precedents in the market, because that's what I just said, that all players along the value chain are operating in an illiquid and opaque market, and that makes it objectively difficult. So any 10-year offtake agreement, even in the liquid market, is a major piece of work. Some of them are a piece of art in the pricing principles and long-term agreements. Even if you know the market and the market dynamics, this in a new market with new market players. So that's not an easy thing. And then the governments actually with creative models and facilitating first investments, that may help. Any other ideas?
Actually, I think I've seen somewhere that the UK government is considering a similar type of CFD of guarantee in a kind of a guarantee of price and guarantee of volume. And if we want to compete with a real industrial chain of SAF production in Europe, compared to what we've seen this morning with IRA and with import from other parts of the world, we will need some kind of long-term guarantee of CFD type of contract for difference. I mean, type of insurance for the beginning projects, for the first projects. So far, we've not heard about that in Europe. We've seen some auctioning process for H2. We have that carbon compensation for electricity and price. We have the innovation fund. Let's take that one. And we've seen this morning with Nordic Electrofuel for the CapEx incentive. But it would be a huge complement to have a guaranteed price for maybe 10 years, something like that, 10, 15 years, to launch really the first plant and to launch the first generation of plant, waiting for new technology progress to be there and having a better price, better cost of production in the future. At least for the first generation, that would be a huge support to have a CFD type of contract.
Then it finally gets back to the Commission and to actually reinforce and re-emphasize that this is not going away. So that they will enforce this regulation. So, and there's no point in waiting and doing nothing. So I think this is an important signal that we somehow have to see from the Commission.
And I would say they need to do that quickly. I think time here is of essence. Again, we are in a global market. I think the good thing is that in Europe today, we are setting the scene and the rules for internationally. And there are a lot of countries looking at trying to understand the EU rules, which is very complex. And so as soon as it gets clear here, we can move fast and faster than the other.
And maybe to add, and I think it could be as simple as creating the urgency and educating the airline industry. I don't know if anybody has ever been to an airline conference, but there's still very the focus on growth, on cheap growth. And there's not a lot of emphasis on sustainability still. And I think creating that urgency and showcasing that it's a very strategic way of also going towards SAF and already now doing offtake agreements such as KLM, most of the legacy airlines that are doing, such as United, they're already like looking ahead and they're already understanding that if I do now something, if I invest in, let's say, half a facility of Sky Energy, in 10 years' time, I will have an advantage that other airlines that just come across, look and say, oh, now I need to move myself to SAF. They will then have the more expensive SAF. And so I think that kind of creating like education or that kind of simple solution, that could be also a good way to do that.
And I think that's pretty critical because, I mean, we've been sort of experiencing that a lot of airlines, they're sort of waiting on us getting closer to the 2030 for us to get going. We cannot sort of put our plant on hold to 2030. So, you know, how do one motivate them to sort of take those 2-3 years that some of the companies presenting here today, and ourselves included, can sort of get the good prices for those 3 years. I mean, we've been hearing about these SAF allowances for a long time, but you know, everybody when you talk to the airlines, they say, well, probably they will go to traditional SAF because there's much more of that than eSAF. So could one, you know, persuade the Commission to set a specific quota for SAF allowances to go to eSAF projects?
I think it all depends on the penalty, and we can imagine a penalty which is evolving over time, which is quite high at the beginning and which decreases over time, or the contrary. But nobody said that you know we should have a fixed penalty all the time. That's the question: is how will that penalty evolve and under which parameters?
The airlines will certainly, and they are looking for alternatives, and traditional renewable SAF is one of the alternatives. And I think, well, we certainly believe as a producer of renewable SAF that it's a good and sustainable solution. But we're also saying that this has limits in terms of capacity or volume to be produced. So if we are real about decarbonizing transport, then we need all of the solutions. So, and that includes then eSAF or e-fuels. Other than that, it's difficult to see how we get simply the volumes and the CO2 savings in that sector, specifically into aviation with the tight restrictions on the fuel quality.
I think it is also very important that the time where you see, okay, the e-fuels, you can blend it with the current. So you do it step by step, and also that is again risk mitigation, and that helps to go forward, not to do all at once.
Good. Then, I mean, well, Neste, you are the leader of SAF production in the world. Strong achievement there. I mean, and now you're building up a bit into eSAF. I mean, how do you see yourself mixing eSAF and SAF in the future?
Well, it's an element of our innovation pipeline. We face the same uncertainty like every other market player. We are investing into electrolyzers as we speak. We're operating an electrolyzer very close to here in Rotterdam in one of our refineries. And we're actually having a project also in our Finnish refinery. So we are taking first concrete steps there. So because we do believe this is an element of further transformation. So Neste has seen the transformation from a fossil oil refiner into a basically renewables-driven company. More than 50% of our EBITDA already comes from renewables, and SAF aviation fuels they are an important point. And eSAF is a potential next step or an element of future transformation. But other than that, also, we don't have the crystal ball. We're operating in the same market. We are facilitating these discussions. We know this is a lot about partnerships, bringing very different partners along the value chain into a common project. Partners that have very different backgrounds, traditional ways to do business, expectation, and it simply takes also a lot of effort and to find the right level of communication and commitment to create this.
Thank you. So maybe the audience would have some question to the panel. Yes, go ahead.
You guys that are working in projects, how bankable will a term contract with an airliner really be? In the world of bank and equity, you de-risk volume and price risk, but you've introduced a significant credit risk in such a contract. So how bankable will it be?
First of all, ask a banker. So I think none of us is a banker. So, but that's a complex equation, fine, because it does not only need the offtake agreement. So we're also operating new technologies or new combinations of technologies that also a bank hasn't seen. So bankability also needs precedence. So that's how large infrastructure, windmill projects, etc., became bankable, not through, I'd say, technology studies being done by a bank, but through precedence. So that's why it's also so important to find potential first elements of support for first initial projects to come to the market to make them bankable. I hear a lot about sharing risk. Whether a bank will be very open to this risk sharing, so there I do have my question. So they are a partner in this, but making a project bankable, that's a difficult one for the first one. But that's why we also have grant funding instruments like the EU Innovation Fund, etc. I think there are good instruments in Europe and also in the US to actually push first projects over this small activation barrier. So to actually get them a bit closer.
One simple thing we can add to that is also the trust in the technology. So you have to work on it, to scale it up step by step to go to larger scale. And then there's more and more trust in that technology, and therefore there's less risk for the banks to invest.
In terms of, do you hear me? No. Okay. I should press again. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. In terms of bankability, as you mentioned, I think it will be tough to have for first of a kind project, for non-precedent based project to really bring a lot of risks to the banks. So they will look for guarantees. There are a few guarantees that may be available for projects as ours, that we have seen already in the past for large windmill offshore or this type of very advanced technology 10 or 20 years ago, coming from credit export agencies, for example, or coming also for the support of European investment banks. So this is also something that we will need to investigate for our projects. What kind of public funded guarantee could bring some confidence to the bank? Maybe not covering 100% of the bank loans, but 50% or 80% of the bank loans based on that. And this is also a way that European Union could be very supportive in creating those instruments, accepting those instruments to bring some guarantee, public guarantee to the huge capex that we will have to invest in the bank support that we will require. So the story is not fully black or white. I'm not so sure we will have a full non-recourse, zero guarantee bank support. I'm sure we won't have that one, but we may find a way to address a limited guarantee by public organizations, by European Investment Bank, by other players, and take some risk and share some the remaining risk with also equity, of course, investment funds, and ultimately some bank leverage that will be part of the story.
I think sort of on our side, we've been working on getting our project bankable for quite a few years. I think sort of I think you can convince the banks and you know, because you will have a product like us or similar, you would have a quite steady cash flow. But what is the most challenging, I would say, is sort of to ensure the equity owners, because obviously they are the one to take the biggest risk. The banks would have a secured or fairly secured cash flow in 10, 12 years, but for the equity, they are the one taking what comes after that. And of course, there you see a higher risk. And the challenge with this industry, it's a first of a kind. Nobody done it before. Okay, we can say all the TRL level is there, but that's sort of one of the reasons why it's taken, and therefore we should need these other incentives, both the innovation fund, but also there could be some contracts for difference, for example, to get the industry rolling.
There is probably as well a question about the sizes of the first projects. We see first projects which have sizes in the billion range. I mean, I don't know any other industry which started with new things with a billion investment range. You talk about wind, it started with 10, 20, 30 million. And so we need to start with what works and then scale up. And that's another way to look at this.
For sure. Any more questions from the audience?
We have an online question. Anyone has the idea of EUDR that EU will announce on traceability of source of biofuel? Not sure on biogenic CO2 if capture from biomass power plant. Yes. Anyone has the idea of EUDR that EU will announce on traceability of source of biofuel, not sure on biogenic CO2 if captured from biomass power plant.
So I guess the question is that if biogenic CO2 is captured from a biomass power plant, whether that's then under RFNBO, is that the question or?
I think I read somewhere in one of the delegated act that we should not use the CO2 captured from a power plant using biomass. So this is not in the range of acceptable CO2. So that's why we've discussed this morning about cement plant. I think we've discussed about paper industry too. We've discussed about waste management plant. Waste management plant using having a share of biomass energy. But I don't think it's possible in the current regulation. Maybe you know more about that, to use CO2 captured in the power plant.
It depends what you mean with power plant, but maybe to remove any confusion that everything that is emitted from a biomass, that's seen as biogenic CO2. So yeah, if you have like, let's say, black liquor, which is also residues from biomass, eventually if you burn that, that's seen as biogenic CO2. And yeah, depending on, let's say, a CHP plant, if a CHP plant does 50% renewable gas, and the other 50% from, let's say, wood, then only that 50% is eligible for biogenic CO2. But not sure if that answers the question, but just wanted to remove any confusion that was maybe on the definition.
Thank you. Any more question from the audience? We have approximately three minutes left here.
Hi, I'm Andreas from Gen2 Energy. Question on the new technology. Do we think that the cost curve is going to have a steep dip, or do we think that the cost levels that have been on the slides here today will be quite stable for 10 to 15 years? If we think it will dip, what sort of technology will be the big change that we could foresee in the near-term future?
If I may, and please add after me, but we see a lot of, how do you say it, McKinsey reports, a lot of reports showcasing a very steep reduction of green hydrogen. And personally, or less energy, we want to counter that. We do believe that it will go down, but there's also a lot of market dynamics that will not take into account that eventually we believe it will go down, but not as steep as some of them are saying. And we definitely not, we know for sure that SAF, doesn't matter which one you take, especially eSAF, will not be a level playing field for fossil jet fuel. That's a totally different, we need to watch that out of our eyes, that it's not right now that we are comparing to fossil jet fuel, we're comparing between SAFs, and I mean within the SAF family. So eSAF, that's the most competitive eSAF, that's the one gonna win. Not like, I think that's maybe good to mention that we believe that it's not gonna go too much down, but that's SkyEnergy.
I would largely agree. So there will be a learning curve. Plants will get cheaper when they're replicated. We will learn how to more stable operate them. So the risk margin will go and we will learn something. But I also believe that some of the very progressive, aggressive cost estimates that we sometimes see are more part of the problem, because that leads to this dynamic that everybody wants to be first in the second plant. So that also leads then to this dynamic, well, we rather wait making a decision. There will be improvement, there will be leverage, so it depends a bit on the process step, but it's not going to be orders of magnitude, and eSAF will stay a more costly product at the end compared to other decarbonization. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I think I can add as well that, you know, the main way I think to actually get the cost down is to get down the cost of electricity and renewable power. I mean, that's really the key. It's 60 to 70% of the cost. We know that in northern Norway, we can produce renewable power down to best cases 20 euro per megawatt, which is less than half of what we're paying currently. And we know also in the Middle East, you have areas in the range of sort of 15 to 20 euro per megawatt for solar power. So I think there is really where you can see the big you know, cost coming down. Then everybody's been saying that the cost of electrolyzers should come down, but it's a fairly sort of small part of the whole equation. And I mean, as long as I've been in the industry, the price of electrolyzer have stayed the same or even moved up. So that has not worked out. Maybe it's working out, but I think for real, we'll get costs down, but that's for getting the renewable power cost down and maybe a little bit on the efficiency. But it's a limit how much more efficient sort of electrolyzers can become.
No, I tend to agree that it will stay much higher. The question is what will be the cheapest ESAF route? I mean, and so if you look at the parameters, electricity is obviously the main one. Price of electrolyzer, so unless there is a step change in the technology, but it will more or less remain the same. Now you can play another parameter like selectivity, because if you are more selective, then you waste less H2, which is expensive to other things. You can play on the cost of CO2 as well, which I mean, it's not the main parameter, but there's a second one in the end. So, you know, if you play on this, that's good. And then CapEx is in the end marginal.
Yeah, on top of that, I can say also that it is also important to combine the different technology and make the optimal use of it. For example, looking to electrolyzers, when you have an electrolyzer, there are different types of electrolyzers. And when you have a heat source, for example, you can go to salt oxide electrolyzer. And that fields that are 10 to 30% more energy efficient. So you can make the same product with less energy. But that's also important to look to that. That's not directly to say the reduction of the cost of the electrolyzer itself, but look to the right place, the right electrolyzer system.
Okay, then our time is up. So thank you very much all for participating here. And Nicholas, you can stay and the rest of us leave because your presentation is coming up now.
Thank you. All right, so you know me now. All right, so thank you for this roundtable, and now I'm going to share a bit what we are doing at KeyMod. So that's a good pathway towards the last question, which was what are the technologies that we can implement, and KeyMod is one of them. What we aim at doing and clearly to decarbonize R2 So we talked about a lot about aviation, but there are a lot others R2 abates. Shipping is another one, and some industrial processes are another one as well, which can use e-fuel. And when we talk about e-fuels, we talk not only about e-crude or synthetic crude or SAF, but we talk as well about methanol and methane. What we are doing at KeyMod is that we are a technical solution provider. We provide a technical solution, and this technical solution allows to convert two types of feedstock, either hydrogen, so preferably decarbonized hydrogen, but we are in the US more and more blue hydrogen to do something else, and CO2 captured somewhere. So that's the first kind of input. The second kind of input is syngas, which can be obtained, as you know, by gasification of wastes. We talk a lot about bio waste or wood waste or waste residues from biological sources, but there are also other types of wastes which are considered in other places than Europe, and it can go up to gasification of some gases. And we take those inputs and we convert that into three kind of fuels. Those are the three kind of fuels we are focusing and we are developing solutions and having solutions. First one is methane, second one is methanol, and the last one is Syncrude with a high content of SAF. Again, we talked a lot about SAF today for good reasons, but we talked a bit about methanol. Methane is another one. Methane is a good way to decarbonize some industries which are using methane as an input in their processes and are emitting CO2 and are taxed for those emissions. And methane is another way, is a drop-in fuel for LNG ships. And so that's a good way as well to decarbonize some shipping industries. To let's say bounce on the roundtable that we just had, we see 4 constraints really shaping this e-fuels market, and we talked a bit about that, but I'll spend a minute there. The first one is land. I think it was mentioned by Uniper, but land is clearly a constraint, especially in Europe, not only on size and the size that you need. But we see more and more a kind of not in my backyard reaction. We know some projects which had like they were doing their public study or public roundtables. They're having 10,000 comments to answer. So that's a lot. And people suddenly realize that they will live close by a refinery, and they thought they were going to live close to wind turbines. So that basically sometimes what we see. So land is one. Second one is CO2. Of course, we need biogenic CO2. It was mentioned numerous times this morning. But when we look at reality today, most of the biogenic sources of CO2 are below 300,000 tons of CO2 per year. The biggest one, which are considered today for the first projects, are between 300 to 500 sometimes. But most of the markets is really below 300. And when I say below 300, there are a lot of CO2 sources which are below 100,000 CO2, 1,000 tons of CO2 per year. And that shapes a bit the market somehow, because this is where biogenic CO2 is happening. And sometimes these biogenic sources have a high purity in CO2 and are easy to catch, but they are not considered yet. Third constraint is H2. We, of course, we mentioned it, but the fact that we need decarbonization and we need to connect to the grid is a constraint. If you look at a country like Spain, it's very hard to connect more than 50 megawatts on the grid. So that restricts clearly the size of projects. And the last one is financing. We just discussed it in the last roundtable. Raising billions to make a first project is sometimes difficult. And we see that, especially if it's non-recourse, needs to be backed by sometimes by off-takers, which are land companies, which have their own credit rating. So I know there will be some sessions with bankers later on, but I will be really interested to know their views on this financing issue. All in all, what we believe in is that, and this is not contradictory with all the projects that were developed or were presented earlier on, sorry. But there is a world as well, not only for this project, but for projects of a bit lower scale, where we can start now, start quickly, develop them, and use CO2 where they are. And by the way, on this picture is a small picture of the Fischer-Tropsch facility in Qatar. I think the picture is sometimes interesting. So what we do is that we base our solution on what we call an heat exchanger reactor, which is basically a specific piece of equipment which does synthesis of reactions quite efficiently. And we do this, we have different designs for different fuels, but we do this for the 3 fuels I mentioned, which are methane, methanol, and Syncrude and SAF. And basically what our product does, and we're probably one of the only companies in the world to do this, but what our product does is that we manage it very efficiently. As you know, all those reactions are quite exothermic. And so we and conversion rates and to have high selectivity. This turns into a lower cost of production. If we have higher selectivity, we use less hydrogen towards something which is not used in the end and not valorized. Higher efficiency means higher lower cost of production, of course. So that's what's really one of the main benefits we have. The other benefit that we have is that our product is totally scalable, and that means that we have the same cost of, we have more or less, not totally true, but more or less the same cost of production of molecule for SAF, for methanol, or for methane, for a 10 megawatt project or for 100 megawatt project hydrogen. And so that opens door to a lot of possibilities, especially when we will have to deal at some point with some more distributed sources of CO2 and biogenic CO2. The way we do this, and I'll go quickly here, but we have a very innovative process, which is our IP to make our reactors. And we have a site, so we are based in close to Paris, and we have a site in Paris where we manufacture those reactors. So we have the capacity now today to manufacture this in large scales and to supply the market. We basically do three things. We of course supply our reactors and our heat exchanger reactors to various types of projects and to the three molecules I mentioned: methane, methanol, and equal as SAF. We also do package units, so we have the ability to do small, I would say, small EPCs. So we deliver really a turnkey solution for projects up to 10-20,000 tons of production a year. Above that, we have the capacity to partner with well-established EPCs to deliver those projects together with a license that we provide. As I mentioned, our products are totally scalable, so we have a range of different sizes of reactors, and then we address large projects with skids of reactors. So typically, our unit reactors is what we call the K5, which is the one you see in the middle of the slide. The one that you see on the right-hand side of the slide is typically a skid that would be totally useful for the projects that were presented this morning or this afternoon at the beginning. Just some examples of package units that we provided and that we installed. We have a number of references of projects that we have installed or that we are in the process of installing a bit everywhere in Europe so far. Next year we'll probably start in the US. And so we are coming from methane initially, so this is where we have the most experience. But we are as well having one project in methanol, which is not mentioned here, and another one for SAF that I will present just after. Maybe three projects which stand out. I'll start with the one on the right-hand side, which is called AVBio. AVBio is a project for SAF production, which is made together with a French company called Elise Energy. It's a project which is combining reverse water gas shift that we are developing and Fischer-Tropsch that we are developing as well. It would be an integrated solution to produce both. These projects, which will be pilot scale, will be operational mid next year in France. So we'll start to produce mid next year. Here, what we start to produce will really be for certification, ASTM certification, and this kind of stuff. So that's the first purpose, and of course the other purpose is to make something which is totally scalable for larger scale. The one in the middle is called Métissant. It's a project which we are doing with ENGIE, Storengy, which is a subsidiary of ENGIE, a French company. Project which is being commissioned right now and which is making synthetic methane from a CO2 coming from a digester and combined with hydrogen. And the one on the left-hand side is a synthetic methane project as well that we did together with GRTgaz, which is a French TSO, the French gas operator, and CMA CGM. This project is right now in operation. So again, that's industrial pilot scale, but totally scalable. This is a picture of that project. What we provided and what we supplied here is the methanation reactor, which you see on the bottom of the slide. And here we take CO2 coming from point source, hydrogen coming from electrolyzers. We synthesize the methane that we inject into the grid. So what that means is that we are compliant with grid specifications. So we can inject our methane into the grid, which is a big thing because to inject methane in the grid, we need to comply with like 35 parameters, which are very strict. And those parameters vary from one place to the other. What our product does, and this has been tested in some of the projects you saw, is that we are totally flexible. And that's talking about and dealing with hydrogen coming from sometimes intermittent sources. We believe that's something which can be valuable for the market. Typically, it takes us about less than 1 hour and a half to do, and it takes us less than a bit more than 20 minutes to do hot starts, going from 0% to 100% of production. And so that again, that opens door to some flexibility around intermittency and dealing with intermittent H2 source or renewable sources. The other thing that we did, and sorry, it's maybe not very clear here, but what we do, and that's especially true for methane, but that is true for other molecules, is that we have increased drastically the output in one reactor. And for methane here, I think we probably have the world record into what we can make into synthesis. What that means that the reaction is happening very, very quickly. That's a matter of just a few milliseconds. And so that, again, that opens door to a lot of a world of possibilities. Some examples of the projects we are working right now on, 3 examples. They more or less look physically like the one you see on the top left-hand side of the slide. And you see here the projects around between 3,000 to 5,000 tons of production of each of the various fuels. So quite compact, but they remain decent in terms of investments, with a production cost in the end, which is very similar to the ones you can see on the market for the cost of the final molecule. And I'll stop here. Happy to have any question if there is. Otherwise, I'll be there tonight and tomorrow.
So any questions for Nicholas?
Hi, Nicholas. Really exciting presentation. Looks like a very versatile piece of kit. I was just wondering for the kind of the non-EU methane uses for this technology, what sort of selectivities are you achieving and how do they compare with the more traditional reactor designs?
For the non-E methane, you say?
Yeah, so like E-crude and eSAF and things like that.
Well, E-crude, we are reaching
100%
than the one mentioned earlier on, and for methanol, it's almost pure.
Why? Okay.
Except water, of course.
Yeah, very exciting presentation, as she said. You talk about a lot your reactor and everything, but what happens with the downstream processing? Do you also provide solutions for that, or you partner up with someone else that does the post-processing of the products?
For the SAF?
For the SAF, E-crude, and even the
Well, E-methane is we are at 99% purity, so no need. There is a bit of purification, but that's mostly with wasn't that almost pure. I would say. Methanol, it's very easy. It's just to distillate water from methanol, so that's a distillation column. For SAF, we are doing a Fischer-Tropsch which has very low AVNs. So separation with easy techniques is possible. So no need for hydrocracker. That's the key thing.
Yes, any more questions? Claus?
In this beautiful modularized unit that you're creating, what are you doing to costs now? Are you the one to be first to drive down cost considerably?
The cost of that solution or the cost?
The cost of the fuel at the end.
The cost of the fuel, again, that's, I mean, if you look at the cost, hydrogen, which is electricity, so selectivity is something that we are working on, because if we are selective, then you reduce the cost. And the fact that we can use various types of sources of CO2 is another thing. If you think about some sources which are in the range of 50,000 tons of CO2 per year, they are going into the air right now. They are almost pure, and the cost is zero. I mean, of course, if you go to see the guys, they will sell it to you, but you know, it will not cost 130 euro per ton to capture it. It will cost the price that the person is ready to give to you. And so that's another parameter, because in the end, so, you know, CO2 cost is around 20 to 30% of the final cost. And so if you can reduce that quite a lot, you are competitive. And again, I think the idea is it was said in the panel before, is not to be competitive with fossil, is to be competitive with other, to be more competitive than other sources of the e-fuels.
Yes.
Anderson, Massa. You mentioned at the beginning, and many people have mentioned the constraint that biogenic CO2 provides. So why don't we push more to use the fossil CO2 sources, since the climate impact of ESAF produced with fossil CO2 is exactly the same as one produced with biogenic CO2?
Well, I'm not the regulator, so that's a question to send to Brussels. Maybe you'll get an answer.
Okay, any other questions? So should we go for a break, I think? So yeah, we're not coming up anything. I think we had for the network break now, and Okay, we're about to start up, so if everybody can come in and sit down. So we will have up Lars Bjørn Larsen from Norsk E-Fuel. Okay, Lars, I think you just go ahead.
Okay, in the interest of time, I think we can start. So first and foremost, thank you for the invitation to come here and speak about Norsk E-Fuel and our project pipelines and what we are doing. I will be speaking about the value chains, how we've been developing a new industries, how we sort of try to come over some of the obstacles that we have encountered during the way by this partnership we set up. So it's about identifying the value chain and identifying the synergies, and also look a little bit into the strategic partnerships we have set up, in particular on both the upstream and downstream value chains. Well, but first and foremost, I would like to sort of give a little bit of a sort of an introduction. I started this morning being a little bit feeling a little bit down with the first presentations. I was talking about the challenges and the obstacles and what we need to overcome to actually develop this industry. And I would like to say that we are part of this. We are part of a change. We are part of something very unique. So at least in our company, we get up every morning and try to solve a problem that will benefit the future, right? That is exciting, and we should be excited what we do, right? Will we have obstacles? Yes. Will we have challenges? Yes. Will we have problems and setbacks? Yes. Will we succeed? Absolutely. It's just a matter of time, right? So let's power on and let's go into the presentation. So what is Norsk E-Fuel all about? Very shortly, in brief, we are a project developer. We are developing a pipeline of projects. We have our first project up in motion that we'll come back to, that we are working on. And we also have announced today a new site that we'll come back to, which is quite exciting for us. What we see is a little bit unique, and they also build into some of the other presentations of Acadia and others here, that we have a little bit of a unique technology approach. We are working on sort of targeting high efficiencies of the transforming the electrons into fuel, so that we have a unique setup. I'll come back to that. We have a very strong partner network around us, both with the founding partners of technology providers that we have inside the company, but also how we set up our collaboration with the airlines as off-takers. I'll just explain that a little bit. We have a lot of people working together with us, from the engineering companies to our CO2 suppliers to other partners, and so we're a large group of people that they're sort of engaged in what we do, and that is exciting in itself. And then we're working on setting up this portfolio site. So we have been looking at maybe 40-something sites in the Nordics, and we are targeting a few of them now that we take further into developments. This slide we have seen many times before. We know that the supplier staff is in shortage. We know that we need to develop the industries to reach the ambition and the goals, and it's a tremendous challenge. But there's a lot of projects out there, there's a lot of good initiatives, but a lot of senior people working on this in various companies, and I'm absolutely confident that we will succeed. And I also like to highlight something that David from Sky Energy also brought forward this earlier, that we were in a meeting in an initiative with the Commission just a few weeks ago, and it's very clear that the mandates will not go away. It's very clear that the mandates that we see that generates this demand for e-fuels and synthetic fuels will not go away. They will be enforced and they will be supported by the Commission. That is what a very clear statement from the head of DG Move. They say this will be in place. So rest assured, the Commission will keep those mandates in place and work to, and the revision coming up in 2027 will be a revision and adaptation. No change, no setbacks, no change of timelines. Will be there. No setbacks. And for us as project developer, this is a good thing, right? We want to sort of have predictable future coming into this. All right. We all know this that the quotas will be in place. We know that the market is there. How do we build the value chain? How do we build the companies? How do we build the factories that can produce this? We started up in Mosjøen. It's in the middle of Norway. It's actually close to the polar circle, but geographically speaking, it's in the middle of Norway. And what is the advantage of building our first project there? It's something you can actually see everything of that in the picture. It's not really looking like this, but you can see just on the mountain behind, there's a big wind farm. We don't connect directly to that, but it's part of the mix. You see the water streaming from the mountains. We don't connect directly to that, but there's a lot of hydro in the area. So the area in itself has a surplus of renewable power, meaning that we don't have to deal with additionality criteria. We have actually the power is there. We have some challenges with getting the power down to the site. We can discuss that at length, but we also have we have a good site for this. It's an industrial city with a lot of good supply industries, and we have worked very closely with the city to set up these partnerships. I will come back to that. Also have a good conference to see what we are doing in this part of the industry. Gen2 Energy, a green renewable energy company. They're actually the first one in Norway to have a building permit for more than 100 megawatts electric green hydrogen product facility. So they are sort of a good neighbor that we will bring in the hydrogen from them into our product. So about the value chain, what do we need to build an e-fuel plant? Do you need the technology? Yes, of course. You need the technology with a good efficiency, a good setup, and construction capabilities in the middle. That is a given. It's not all projects that we see that have this in place, but that is important. Then you need to secure the feedstock, and that can be a challenge. We know that renewable power is a challenge. We know that water can be a challenge. We know that bringing in the green hydrogen can be a challenge. But also the CO2, as mentioned by Arcadia Airfield earlier, we need to build those value chains ourselves. There's no sort of, you cannot go buy 160,000 tons of biogenic CO2 off the market. You need to develop this. So you need to find the partners to capture the CO2. You need to find the partners to transport it, because we base ourselves on a liquid CO2 strategy. You need to have strategic investors. You need to secure the product offtake. And this is what we tried to have worked the last 5 years to set up for this project in Mosjøen, where we believe that we have a very good setup and can bring this into a financial investment decision within the next few years. So how does it look, just as an example for this project in Mosjøen? On the technology side, we already heard from Axons earlier today. So they're our technology part supplier for the Fischer-Tropsch and the reverse shift and this whole product package, together with Paul Wood and SMS Group, who is our EPC contract partner. So we will buy a full wrap EPC contract for this first plant. We also have Sunfire on board, which is an electrolyzer out of Germany, who is also one of the founding partners of this company. So if we look at the strategic investors we have up there in the corner, we have the SMS Group or Paul Wood as an EPC. We have Sunfire with the electrolyzer technology. We have Valinor, a Norwegian investment company, also involved in Norsk Wind, the largest private wind farm developer in Norway. We have Climeworks on the CO2 capture, and we have Lux Aviation, sort of bridging it into especially to the cargo areas. And we have Norwegian Airlines, which is the passenger airline. So we sort of have all these strategic investors coming to the company and building this as a strategic partnerships. On the feedstock side, we are working on the PPAs. We are working with the local DSO to establish the grid connections. And as mentioned, Gen2 Energy on the hydrogen side. On the transportation and the capturing of CO2, we have built ourselves on a liquid CO2 strategy. We are not sort of basing ourselves on a project risk with a local CO2 source. So we actually have a sort of an aggregator called Carbon-Centric, a small Norwegian company that has taken large steps into developing the first capturing plant, especially for CCU. which is unique. And downstream, on the value chain, the take, we have contracts with Norwegian and Cargolux. It's kind of a special setup we have with them because they not only sign offtake agreements with us, they also assist us with DevEx funding on a portfolio basis, meaning that they actually put money into the company for us to develop not only 1, but 3 projects in a certain timeline. So it's kind of a unique setup that we are setting up with the airlines, and also gives us a good kind of bankability around the project and also secure the DevEx. And then we of course work with the heat companies to also local district heating to sell the heat, and we also work on the naphtha side to sell that into Europe for the chemical industry. So what is unique with the Nordics? Looking into the portfolio. So looking into sort of setting up Heavy Motion as one project, where do we go next? So we need the biogenic CO2. If you look to the right-hand side, this is the amount of biogenic CO2 available in the Nordics. So there's a lot in Norway, but there's a huge amount in Sweden and in Finland. So we have seen projects like SkyEnergy, Cellestio setting up projects and the North Star with Uniper setting up in Sweden. We have been looking into Finland, so I'll come back to that. So also, if you look at the sort of the availability of renewable and fossil-free power, that is very promising in the Nordics, also in terms of pricing. So if you want to really build an industry, this is probably the place to be. So what do we do with the product? We say that one project is not enough. We want to establish a pipeline. So we have Motion at the first project. We have announced as a very early stage development in Orkanger, also in Norway. It's a little bit further south. And we have announcing today that we are moving into Finland. We are securing a site in Finland. I will come back to that. So a little bit of interest for this project in Orkanger in Norway, is close to Trondheim. It's where we sort of starting investigate what we call a supercluster. It's a collaboration. It's a value chain where we have, there's a battery factory there. What do they need? They need heat. What can we offer? We can offer heat. There's also a biochar company there. What do they produce? They produce biochar, but also have a lot of excess biogenic CO2. We need that. There's a biogas plant there. They have excess CO2. So this is a way of trying to set up an industrial cluster from the scratch on this huge industrial area that we want to develop together, and it will take time. This will not be ready until 2032 or something like that, but it will take time. Something that can be a little bit faster is what we do in Finland, and this is a news from today, that we have a press release out today that we are together with Fortum in Finland, securing a site at the harbor in Rauma. Rauma is on the west coast of Finland. It's not totally ice-free. It's at this site, but it's a very good site for e-fuel production. We are in close proximity to the largest substation in Finland. We will establish a 10-kilometer, 420 kV line down to this plot. We have 114 hectares, and it's a pre-developed site with good logistic infrastructure. We can bring things directly into site. So this is a really good news for us and an important step for us to move into a new country. So that is sort of what's keeping us busy for today. And why Finland? We know that Finland has had a few methanol projects, but there's no one has been looking for Finland for eSAF projects yet. Finland has sort of coming into a sort of and more kind of fossil free, and has meeting these targets of being of the CO2 content of the grid to come at a lower level. They have invested a lot in what is called nuclear plants, but we also see a lot of wind farm developments in the area, and we know that the Fingrid, the TSO, have invested heavily over the last 10 years in new infrastructure. This means that there's also a lot of new wind farms under development, and actually now it's so that the wind farm and the new renewable power, they need more demand in order to develop. So that's a good place to be. So what we see that in production of Fingrid is that Finland would move from a power deficit to a power surplus within the next 5 to 6 years. And that is an interesting place to be. So, in short, What we do in North Skifield with what is quite unique for us, we are targeting the efficiency. We want to have a very high efficiency. We are targeting 80% kerosene yield, which is unique. We are also targeting a very high conversion rate, and also with our technology setup that we utilize much of the heat. So we do electrical heating of the reverse water gas shift. I did not talk that much about the technology, but that's what we do. More similar setup to like Acadia and do with Topsøe and Sasol. We do that with Axons and Alert. We have this preferred access to this technology, and we have a very good full value chain
How they do that? So we are actually recycling CO2 from any sources, could be atmospheric, biogenic, industrial. Technically, it's working, and green hydrogen. And we turn it in sustainable synthetic fuels and chemicals. So we do that. I thought we are at the eFuel conference. I bring a little bit eFuel with me. So I'm give you, if I can ask the lady, if you want to smell it, how clean diesel is smelling, then go for it. I just need the bottle back. So we are actually turning the CO2 and the green hydrogen into a syngas using a reverse water gas shift process, which is then going through a Fischer-Tropsch to turn this into hydrocarbons, long chain hydrocarbons. So from our synthesis modules, we have two types of products. One is the liquid fraction, which is a paraffinic diesel. And then we have the waxes that can be used as byproduct for the chemical industry or even the cosmetic industry. And we also realized that the food industry have found application for synthetic waxes. So, but the first objective is, of course, to decarbonate hard to abate transportation sectors, so like aviation, shipping, and long-haul transportation. So you see, we are not giving up the automotive part. Ineratech position itself as a e-fuel producer. So we are actually also a technology provider, but investing in our proper plant, producing e-fuels and distributing them. We do e-chemicals. I was talking about the waxes, which have a very high market value that can be either hydrocracked to produce SAF, but can be also sold directly as a byproduct for chemical, cosmetic. And like I said, also, we have a client who's using the waxes to produce vegan fat for the food industry. And we just realized that waxes have a huge pride in application on the market. The screen is not working there, by the way. So as I said before, we are a technology provider. So our core business lies actually in the synthesis. We have been developing a new design of reactors because, as you know, Fischer-Tropsch reverse water gas shift is nothing new, but we have designed a completely new reactors that allows them to make them more compact and dedicated to renewable power. Thank you. So from the value chain, we are mainly concentrating on the synthesis and the upgrading. We look for strategic partnerships upstream the value chain. So we are an off-taker for hydrogen, for CO2, and we turn them to hydrocarbons. The technology we have developed has a high advantage when it comes to load flexibility. You know, load flexibility is a big topic when you deal with renewable power. This is a big challenge also in the electrolysis field. And we manage, because of this new design, sorry, it's going from their own now, sorry. We manage actually to make the synthesis load flexible, means that we can keep producing fuels even at a minimal load up to 20%. This way, we don't have to switch off the plant directly, and you can cope with the irregularities of the power. That could be very interesting, particularly when you are building a plant, you know, on the green field in the north of Chile, where you have a lot of sun power. So this is one of our USP. Another advantage is that I'd said before, we are more dedicated to the renewable power because we go for a modular approach. The modular approach is following a so-called numbering up approach, means that when we want to scale the plant, we multiply the number of reactors and module to reach higher capacity. This is very interesting because as much as I know, the availability of hydrogen and even of CO2 is limited today. So most of the time we cannot build directly a big plant. And this way, Ineratech can start small and upscale easily, also by having a standard design of reactor, which is we have one product, and that this can be produced at serial scale quite quickly. So as soon as your value chain is ready, as your site is ready to upscale, we are ready just to upscale the synthesis as well. So where we are coming from. Ineratech is a spin-off from the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. The 4 founders, they worked 20 years on that topic, and they founded the company in 2016. Company is growing very rapidly, and we are now 8 years later reaching 150 fuel time equivalents. So things are moving forward. We brought at the beginning our first industrial plants that are operational at 2 sites in the north of Germany. It's the equivalent of a 350-ton e-fuels, so it's the 1 megawatt electrolyzer capacity. This is our smallest volume. It's at industrial stage. We have one in Hamburg on the site of Hannes and Rosenthal, the refinery, and we have one at our customer site at where we the crude is being co-processed at the refinery Heide to get SAF. And now we managed to do the next step. We are finishing to build the first commercial plant, which is producing exclusively synthetic fuels. It's a capacity of 2,500 tons yearly, and it's located in Frankfurt. I can tell you the opening event is on the 4th of December this year. So the production will be running from the beginning of 25. So next year, we will have the first drop synthetic fuels flowing down in Germany. So I think it's a good point. And of course, Frankfurt is not going to save the world and also not to respond or to address the SAF demand. But it's a blueprint showing that the technology is working, is scalable, and that's why we are already preparing actually the next world-scale plant of 100 megawatt capacity. So it's about 35,000 tons e-fuels. And those projects should be located at sweet spots like Chile, Australia, the US, where you have an amount of renewable, high amount of renewable available. So maybe I can tell you about Chile. We are about now to start a pilot project there. There is a lot of potential there. We are also entering the US markets. Unfortunately, I would love to have another footprint in Europe, but you have seen the presentation today. It's hard stuff what we have to deal with in Europe. And unfortunately, at the moment, the big advantage lies outside Europe. So how we manage to get here where we are today? We start with very strong partners and customers. So on the left side of the slides, you can see some famous name from our customer pipeline. And on the other side, on the right side, those are our investors who believes in Ineratech, in our technology, and what we are delivering to save the planet. So we have raised this year $130 million. It was a Series B fundraising. And we gained actually a lot of US investors supporting us to further develop and upscale the projects. So they are, of course, accompanying us every day and being part of the Ineratech experience like I decided 3 years ago. So now Frankfurt. Frankfurt starting in 2 weeks, no, 6 weeks. So we are now, we delivered the 2 first modules have been already delivered on site. We will be producing, like I said, crude and waxes. So of course you are questioning yourself, yeah, but how do you get the SAF? Good question. Unfortunately, our customers, they want the molecules. They want the green molecules. They don't want co-processed fuels. So we were obliged to find ways how we handle, how we refine the molecules ourselves to SAF. And that's why we are working now on an upgrading unit that should be directly connected to the synthesis. So we could represent the downstream value chain in Frankfurt and get the SAF directly on site. Frankfurt is, of course, a strategic location. We have the Frankfurt airport, we have the Lufthansa, we have also other airlines located there. And it's not so far from Karlsruhe or city or hometown. We have secured from the feedstock perspective, the hydrogen is coming from alkali electrolyzers on site, where we get the PPAs for the green electricity. And the CO2 is being biogenic, coming from a biogas plant, also located on the industry park, in the industry park of Infraserve. That was an ideal location. And maybe at this point I can tell you, we were talking a lot about bankability, how we can de-risk project. So I can only talk about our own experience. The first thing is greenfield. It's difficult. That's why looking at brownfield, where you have already the hydrogen being produced or eventually the CO2 at proximity, helps you to de-risk your project and also to convince your bankers. So this is one point. The second argument is we were talking, of course, securing the offtake, etc. It's not only about having one offtaker. You always need a plan B because your investor is always asking you, what are you going to do when you don't get the CO2 from this guy? What are you going to do if finally they are not offtaking the fuel? So that's where it's not only about, securing one or two. You need to have plenty of potential off-takers, but also feedstock suppliers. And this is what helps you also to de-risk the project. And the third point, and that's why I see also the potential of working with strategic partnerships along the value chain. Don't do everything on your own, but get strategic partners, strong partners who are experienced in this kind of project, building big infrastructure project. This helps you also to be more, to have to be credible in front of the bankers. So just to show you that it's not only a dream, but Frankfurt has been realized. And as you can see here, we have so it's a 7 megawatt plant, and we can demonstrate the numbering up approach that we are actually going for. We have 2 modules of 1 megawatt, and the 5 megawatt modules will be delivered in the next weeks. At the beginning, we wanted to build 10 megawatts, and then we realized that we hadn't enough CO2 on site. So we had to downscale. This is the challenge that we had. But never mind, we did it. So now we start maybe with a 7 megawatt, but we are preparing the 100 megawatts. And and since the beginning, we have been awarded several times because we could prove that the technology is sustainable and has also a future. And I can only tell you, it's hard, but it's not impossible. Thank you. Yeah. question wrong.
Yes, questions to Samantha?
Where is my bottle of e-fuel, by the way? Oh, you liked it? Thank you. So I think there is no question.
No, sorry,
Better?
I do have a question. Thank you, that was great.
you.
I'm just curious, like, what details can you share about what about the technology you're using enables you to kind of do it on this down modular, small scale rather than, you know, the large fuel synthesis plants that we're more familiar with?
Can you please reformulate the question? I did not understand it.
Yeah, just like what enables you to do the fuel process on such a small modular scale?
Okay. So the design is actually, if you see one of our reactors, the Fischer-Tropsch, you would say, oh, this looks like a stack of an electrolyzer. So actually, it's the same process. We have, the design lies in the plates, yeah, that are being superposed to build up a stack. So, and I don't know exactly, you know, because which process exactly in the detail, I'm not an engineer, yeah, but I would be happy to get a meeting with the engineers. But what I know is each plate has a different design, yeah. And by the combination of the different design, we managed to turn the gas into long chain hydrocarbons. So everything is taking place in the reactors. And by changing this design, we manage actually to achieve a higher capacity of a smaller size.
That makes sense. I just one follow-up question. Is there an electricity input into the reactor too?
Yes,
Okay.
in the module, but not so much. We need actually 250 kilovolt per megawatt. So it's very few. We don't need so much electricity. The highest electricity demand is the electrolyzer. Yeah, but like I said, there is, I think, we need also to consider different pathways. So what I did not say is that we can, by being modular, we can also go just for a gas to liquid module. So we just deliver a Fischer-Tropsch. If we have the syngas being delivered on site directly. This is something we did, for example, for Synhelion. I don't know if you know them. Synhelion is a company from Switzerland. They have a technology which turns sun energy to syngas. And then we have delivered them a Fischer-Tropsch module, and we can, with their syngas, produce then fuels. We have another project in France also, where we use the syngas from a biogenic process, from a biocarbon process, from pyrolysis. So I think that this is maybe also another point, and someone told this today, it's to consider also the different pathway that you can address with your technology to, you know, to achieve a higher yields, to increase your diversity of feedstock being used, and also to de-risk actually your pipelines and your projects. Yeah. So it can.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I did not get what's your solution for the upgrading, because at the end of the day, I understand you don't plan to sell the Syncrude, but you will have to find options to upgrade it to whatever, kerosene, naphtha, diesel. So what's your plan, please?
So we are now engineering an upgrading unit that will be integrated in Frankfurt on the same site where the synthesis is. The upgrading unit will be also modular, but from the refining process that we are applying, it's nothing new. Huh? We go for an isomerization and a distillation, and for the waxes, we hydrocrack them to increase the liquid fraction of the crude to increase the yield, and then you can make SAF. So from the process, nothing new. Yeah, it's just that we design or we develop a design for these modules to be modular and integrated on with the, well, next to the synthesis. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Including so the integration, because there is some value in integrating the upgrading and the whole chain.
Exactly.
In recirculating some of the components. Okay.
Because it is like this. We realized that we were talking with refineries and they said, well, you know, your fuel is not going to be green when it comes out. And as much as I know, we don't have any delegated act for the refinery process, for the co-processing. Apparently it's coming, but maybe, I don't know if it's, he left. But I know that there are some discussion on that, but I'm not sure if this is a situation. I think the refineries should also think about it, how to become greener and, you know, to diversify their process and to see how they can also deal sustainable molecules. But in the meantime, I mean, refinery projects takes a lot of time, yeah? So I cannot wait that they are ready for my fuels. We are doing it.
And that upgrading step will be ready for Frankfurt in 6 weeks.
No. No.
Okay.
We start with the synthesis and the upgrading we will start the work next year. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your presentation, first of all. Sophia from Brineworks. So I just had a quick question. So you mentioned that you feel that a big advantage for this market lies outside of Europe. I'm wondering if you could elaborate just briefly on sort of why you feel that way. Yeah, just curious to hear more about that.
I just say, so availability of renewable power, there is a higher potential for solar and wind. Electricity price, because like someone said already, 70% of the electricity price influence 70% of the fuel price. So you need cheap electricity. A challenge in the sweet spots or those locations is that on the CO2 paths, they are not as much developed or advanced than we are in Europe. So on the side of the carbon capture units, projects are at the very beginning, at pilot stage. So this is, you know, so that's why Ineratec was always a pioneer. We said we are not waiting that the regulation are coming. We are not waiting that the market is coming. We are just doing it because we know this is the right way and we can do it. We just need to convince the right people to go on our way with us.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's time is running out, Samantha. So thank you very much for the presentation. And now we can welcome up Peter Vannes from ABN AMRO.
Hi. Thank you very much for having me. It's a late hour, quite a persistent audience, 3 presentations to go, and it's only 5:30. I congratulate you all with this effort. We're going to talk about the energy transition in the light of other transitions, and especially compared, let's say, framed within the geopolitical situation that we currently are seeing. My name is Peter Vannes. I work as a hydrogen banker within ABN AMRO, but I also take care of the geodynamics situation that we have in Holland. That means we have to ramp up our own defense industry to make sure that we are ready to get going once defense spending it is already going up, but that we can handle that spending as well within our industry. And this let's say, the triple transition and the fact that geodynamics and energy are in a way closely linked. I mean, you can imagine that oil prices are impacted by what's happening on the geopolitical sort of skill. I think someone should put on my timer, so otherwise they are here for another hour. That these things are interfering that much that it was quite logical that I also took care of the geodynamical situation. What we see here is, and I took this from NASA, is these are 3 galaxies that are interfering with each other. It's only 682 million light years away, so it happened in the past. It's is it? Yeah. Transitions in themselves are in transition. It sounds quite obvious to make such a statement, but it's very difficult if you're a project developer within one of these transitions, because you have to deal with continuously a change in sort of ballpark already in your own transitions. And if you have a couple of them, then you understand how long it takes. And therefore, I mean, I totally salute everybody who is a project developer, because I mean, it takes a very long time and you have to have some stamina to do it. And after you did it once, let's say 10 years or 12 years, and you do it again, that's even, I mean, that, well, shows character. What I want to bring up here is that some of these transitions have targets, and others, they simply happen. And quite often it happens in a sort of shock waves. And also quite a lot of these transitions are already going on for quite a long time. And today we sticker 3 of these. However, I want to add a 4th one. You saw the 3 galaxies merging together, but they merge within a certain sort of space. You can make it as abstract as you want to, obviously, but I want to bring up as well the monetary transition that we're in. Within ABN AMRO, we use 2 models. We use more models. Don't be afraid that we are only using these 2 models, especially when we want to rate your credit proposals, our credit proposals, and your credit demand. But we use two of the models to have a sort of thorough look at what complexity and what systems and system complexity, how these interfere with the changes that everybody's going through. I'm going to do this from here, so I'm not going to speak about even without the microphone and standing. Brad, he wrote a book in 1999. And base layering was the model that was one of the paramount situations here in this book. And what I like about this is a small change in culture opens up a whole array of changes that are possible, or that will create optionality in other layers. Just a slight change in this culture layer opens up a whole range of options. But on the other hand, if commerce changes a bit, then it also filters through down here. Now, there are 2 supporting layers, governance and infrastructure, and I think you are all quite familiar with these 2. If there is no legislation, and if there's no taxonomy, then we don't know what we are doing. If there is no pipeline, it is also quite hard to make it happen. And if the pipeline is there, then at a sudden, a lot of things happen. And a lot of things are possible. The internet, whoop, your mobile phone, whoop, and back to culture, everybody's on his mobile phone, whoop. The second model that we use is derives from Nassim Taleb's work on, well, he calls his whole oeuvre, he calls it in Nassim Taleb is a former option trader, and the original model underlying the evaluation of options was derived from the I don't know what's the word in English, thermodynamics, the second law of the thermodynamics. So the widening and shrinkage of under influence of heat. Well, you have a couple of systems, or complex systems, complexity, fragile. A system is fragile if you drop a glass on the ground, then it breaks, and it won't get reinstalled in its original setup by itself. It's a fragile system. If I drop the glass and it bounces and it's still there, then a system is robust. And that is the thing he really coined, anti-fragile systems. You put pressure on it or a force on it and it becomes stronger. I think that true as well for your energy transition and also in combination with geopolitics. Put pressure on a system, it becomes stronger. The most used example for that is are your own muscles. If you go to the gym and you train these muscles, you put pressure on them, then they gain strength. So these are the two sorts of systems that we use as well to understand change. Triple transition, so we stick with 3, energy, geopolitical, and the digital transition. Energy transition going on forever in long sort of waves. I don't need to explain that. Geopolitization comes and goes. We had a period of peace behind us. We are now entering a new sort of phase where we see that conflict between larger states that are not eligible to lose wars, at least that's what they think, is coming to the fore, and we have to deal with that. The digital transition is going on forever already since people started to nail laws into stone. I want to skip the energy transition for now because the focus of this topic is the focus of this presentation is on geopolitics. The first point I want to make is, and this is an assumption, so I think this is the case. At this stage, we don't see the evidence for that in full, but I think this is the case. Geopolitization, the way we see it today, leads to deglobalization. We don't see it in the numbers yet. What we've seen so far is globalization, regionalization, and all sorts of things. But if we look at what the European Commission is intending to do, we want to discuss and bring on the agenda again the whole topic of strategic autonomy. And that is important if you are in the fuel sector because energy is considered to be of strategic importance. And in my view, that is good if you want to produce that down here. It takes a while. You must have the stamina to go through it, but it's good for energy folks who have their projects down here in Europe. On the other hand, necessarily, and I think this is a law, economic sort of law, deglobalization leads to the reorientation of supply chains, including inflation and labor scarcity. The whole idea after the Cold War was to make sure liberal democracies had won, and if we started to trade with one another, then war was no longer necessary. And then, of course, we figured out that you have all sorts of cultures, and we had the clash of civilizations, and we now have the clash of civilizations, and we have the re-emergence of nation states fighting each other. That means that the instability connected to that and the call for strategic autonomy leads to reshoring or rethinking those supply chains. And the reason why we had this globalization in the first place was because we thought we could get our labor somewhere else cheaper, and we could get our resources from somewhere else cheaper. And that is in a way a form of deflation. You can focus on stuff that add more value, and you get your cheap stuff from somewhere else. And that means that let's say the supporting ring of your developed economy enlarges. Make sure that you keep the cost down, and that is good for profits in advanced economies, such as the ones that we have here in Northwestern Europe. Have a look at how that was in the past. And then we can see that between 1915 and 1930, that's a post-war period, First World War, 1918. We had more global interaction than in the first years, Wiederaufbau, sagt man auf Deutsch, the Wirtschaftswunder, the rebuilding of Germany and the rebuilding of Europe after the Second World War. And that lasted till about 1970. So it took quite a while for the world to re-establish global links after the Second World War, compared to what we had before the Second World War. We had hyperglobalization once the Berlin Wall collapsed and the Western democracies won, so to say. And then we entered a phase of slowbalization and a steep deglobalization in the COVID period. And I want to get back to that COVID period in a moment. This is the latest figure. It's difficult to read, I know. This is the Boston Consultancy's view on globalization going forward to 2030. I can tell you those numbers are absolutely wrong because it will be impossible to predict. But at least they made an effort. And what I agree, well, I'm in agreement with their thought that whatever will happen in globalizational terms, it will be lower compared to GDP growth. So GDP growth that we will see in the world up to 2030, I think it will be higher across the globe compared to what we would expect, in line-ish or maybe even a bit higher globalization sort of figures. What I find interesting in this chart as well, it's very difficult to see. UK already in decline since the 1930s. It's here. Minus 58 here, minus 21 there. I don't see minus 21 here and minus 4 over there. So I don't see a real plus going into the UK. So according to Boston Consultancy Group, the UK is going down maybe even faster. However, what is globalization? Because if I check these sorts of numbers and if I check what we think of these sort of things, then of course we put ourselves in the center of this. And it could very well be that the sanctions that we are imposing on all sorts of nations across the globe, that these sanctions are in a way harming us. When you think that you, in terms of, I want to get my supplies and my labor cheap from somewhere else. On the other hand, it creates a support layer, and of course you need immigration to support that, and then you have social issues, etc. However, when you look at what's happening in Asia, it could very well be that the globalization will keep on going, not because we globalize, but because Asia is regionalizing, and that counts. That adds up to the globalization sort of numbers. So we might experience deglobalization, but the world as such might experience globalization. It's only not happening with us. And now the fourth one. It's in Dutch. Inflation gradually goes in the direction of 2%, and the peak in wage growth is over. And our economic bureau wrote that in March this year, before I got a salary raise of 6% in June. Wage growth is over. Okay. Last week I was in Berlin and there was this conference, loads of bankers there, and they were talking about risk. And there was also a guy from the ECB down there, and the ECB, and this is, I think, the fourth transition that we're in, the monetary transition. And the ECB guy was discussing how the ECB will shrink its balance sheet. Everybody here has an idea how big that balance sheet is of the ECB right now? No? Everybody has an idea how much bigger it is today versus how big it was after the credit crisis in 2008? Okay, unfortunately, I don't have the chart. I have to tell you. The balance sheet of the ECB today is 7,500 billion euros. 7,500 billion euros. 7,500 billion. In the credit crisis, when they saved the banks and they saved the global economy from collapsing, it was about 2,500 billion. So it is 3 times as big today, and it's coming down from 8,500 billion from last year. That money flows around in the system, and the ECB's mandate is to keep inflation between 2 and 3%. Anybody has an idea about global inflation 2020, European inflation 2022? Be able to, I mean, you notice, right? Your coffee, 10%, 10%. So the ECB is not able to predict inflation right. Neither is our economic bureau. Here, ABN. That's us. We are predicting, just like the ECB, that inflation will go back to trend line about 2 to 3%. That's the mandate. And unfortunately, they didn't put their own projection in, the projection they had in 2018 for 2022, because in 2018, they also predicted 2% for 2022. They always predict this because, yeah, the ECB mandate is 2 to 3%. So everybody expects the ECB to stick to that sort of. However, this Nassim Taleb guy, who coined this phrase of this word anti-fragile, he also coined the black swan. And COVID, in that sense, is a black swan that has led the ECB to immensely blow up its balance sheet. That money is out there. They won't take the losses. It will simply dribble through the system. And that, I think, will cause more inflation to come. Perhaps not today, because we saw the recent numbers were quite benign. We were quite benign inflation numbers for Europe, so the ECB is quite happy. The guy I talked to last week, the ECB guy, he said, I said, well, 10% inflation, maybe we need 2 years of 5% deflation. Then he said, well, that's not in our mandate. No, of course, obviously, deflation is not in your mandate because deflation leads to unemployment. Theoretically, that's correct. And then I said, okay, but here in Berlin, we are in Berlin, right? There are loads of people who are not able to cope with the 10% shock inflation that we had in 2022. They are not able to buy their subway ticket. And that will have a social consequence. These people might vote somewhat differently than they used to. And then he smiled and he said, well, that's also not in our mandate. Oh, yeah, okay, let's see what happens. I think you will not be able to predict 2026 inflation on the back of benign numbers right now, because you were not able to predict those numbers in 2010. You were not able to predict those numbers in 2018 or 2020, when you blew up your balance sheet and ended up with 10% inflation in 2022. I think this is what I wanted to say. Then something else that I want to bring up is this. We will have a banking panel somewhat later this show, the last panel. But many of the discussions that we have with, as banks in general, with clients, especially with project developers, is that they need project finance to run their project. And if you want to have project finance, then you need to have a long-term offtake contract. And quite often that long-term offtake contract is not there, and hence the whole story is not bankable. And of course, what banks then do is come to us before you start developing your project, because then we can explain to you that you won't get finance if you don't have an offtake contract, so that you don't start to do everything and then figure out that you need an offtake contract after 3 years. It's better that you know it already today. Okay, so that's what we did over the past couple of years. So everybody is aware of that. But what if the thinking is, should be maybe somewhat different? And we have this especially within the whole hydrogen economy. The sheer reason why Holland has a massive gas network and why the TTF is, so what is it, the title transfer facility, is a Dutch facility, is because we had gas. The same for the Norwegians, they had gas, it's reserved. We started to build out infrastructure on the back of the fact that we had the gas already. And then we started to sell it. With hydrogen and with much of the e-fuels, and please recall that aviation and shipping never signed to the Paris Agreement. You have to pull them on board, and they will push back as long as they can, because I mean they never signed it in the first place. But we start in, especially with hydrogen and everything derives from it, that we need to have that off-taker. What if all the subsidies that we are handing out should be handed out not to the companies that are slowly but surely building up this whole economy, but should be simply handed out in tendering like H2 Global, but then bigger and also intra-Europe, creating tenders and creating national reserves in a way like we had our gas reserves. And then, so if you pull the whole thing over, the focus should perhaps be on discussing with the government, invest 25 billion in Holland and 100 billion in Germany, simply in tendering the whole story, and then gradually start selling it in the market. And then the focus is not on off-takers, the focus is on, just like in the base layering model that I showed you, the focus is on creating the network. Yeah, but we know that, we have been talking about it, but also on storage. And this is something that we, at this stage, at ABN AMRO, are discussing with Dutch governments, and we will also discuss it with the other banks, is to bring back that thinking of, okay, how much subsidy do we need and how are we going to build it up, to maybe we should start with the storage first. And GasUnie, the Dutch TSO, who will also take care of the whole hydrogen situation in Holland, is at this stage building up its storage facilities. Small, but the first one will be ready in 2026. The Germans, the German Kernnetz on hydrogen, we have been advising one of these 15 TSOs that they have in Germany. And these 15 TSOs are supposed to operate as one TSO. But yeah, could very well be that one TSO in the north has much more exposure to the whole hydrogen offtake side than a TSO a bit further out, a bit further away from the ports. So it could very well be that this leads to prisoner dilemmas, given plus that the returns are not particularly high, and it's going to be a regulated asset base. Plus the storage is, we don't know exactly what happens with the storage because the Germans have not figured out exactly how they're going to do that. So there are lots of situations in storage where I think, well, it will be that whole hydrogen backbone in Germany will simply not fly, and that the timeline will not be ready in 2030. And then my last point, how much time? 3 minutes, questions? Yeah. What if we get to 2030 and the mandates start to kick in, but governments will simply not enforce them? Industry will say, well, it's 2029. Yeah, I need hydrogen next year. Yeah, well, we've been talking about it for 15 years. Yeah, but that was on a lower level within my organization. And the urgency was 2025. Yeah, there's still some time to go. Yeah. So what happens if, especially the larger ones, will simply say, well, listen, government, you didn't do your work. We try to push back, I know, but we won't mention it. The infrastructure is not there. Of course, we push back on it, but yeah, we won't mention it. But it's your mistake. The stuff is not there. We can't commit to those mandates that you've set simply because the whole stuff is not there. Why don't you delay it? And it could very well be that different politicians, maybe voted in parliament and in cabinets because of shock inflation, that these folks will simply say, well, yeah, maybe let's delay it to 2020, 30, 2035, 2040, whatever. So I'm not that sure that we will be on time, even with the enforcement of that legislation. That was my final point. Any questions? Or does someone want to tell their own experience with the European Commission, or a joke or an anecdote?
Not a joke, it's just a question. Okay, you're talking about geopolitics and I guess security. One of them is energy security. What do you think about CCS versus CCU? And isn't Europe focusing too much on CCS rather than using the CO2 instead of putting it underground to make e-fuels or whatever we can with it?
Short answer is, I don't think they're focusing too much on it. I am quite happy that they do something and that it's underway. So all projects that actually are able to get going because of equity money in there, because of folks taking the risk, great. The fact that the government is able to pull something off is also a great thing. Don't disturb that process, because I mean we've seen it with the Delta Rhine corridor, the corridor between Rotterdam and the Ruhr area for hydrogen. That's been delayed for 4 years because someone else started to interfere with it. The power companies started to interfere with it. So hence the delay 4 years. I mean, I would say let them go. Should the focus be somewhere else? Maybe, but at least something happens. Let's take it from there, would be my, I hope you agree, or you think something should be.
Question comes from the fact that CCS is consuming a lot of power, base load, which has to be supplied elsewhere. So it doesn't help the energy security, whereas producing e-fuels at least helps the energy security, because then you produce domestically some of the molecules that you need to consume.
I think it will be worse. I think Saudi Arabia has absolutely no reason not to lower the oil price. And that will simply play into the hands of governments later. And we can think in terms of, yeah, but we need to fight climate change in any possible way. And we need to perhaps save energy. I'm not so sure whether CCS is consuming a lot of power, because I mean, it will be gray molecules turned into blue, right? So I think it's much more a refinery sort of process. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the concept of CCS. But of course, when we get to, let's say, the discussion about biogenic CO2, etc., we should do what we can, given those already quite small mandates, and I'm pretty sure there will be loads of exemptions. The numbers that we've seen as well, the ESAF for airplanes, the 550 kilotons, that matches as well our own sort of calculations. That is it's quite low. I mean, we have in Holland already 1,200 kilotons of hydrogen that we need to green. That is already difficult enough. So blue will move forward. The Germans have 2,300 kilotons. I don't know how they're going to do it. So that even the smallest drop on the plate, I would say it's helpful, because I mean you need to make that needle on that base layering model. You need to make a certain move before something else becomes possible. And now we are waiting all for each other for various reasons. So I think anything that happens that moves a needle just a little bit is already quite good.
So with that note, I think we have to close here. So thank you very much for the presentation, Peter. And then we would like to welcome on the stage Gert de Kock, Electricity and Energy Manager in Transport and Environment.
Good afternoon. Yes, second to last, tough act to follow. I will do my best. So yeah, I wanted to, I'm a bit maybe the odd one out here, maybe together with ICCT, and that Transport and Environment is not an e-fuel producer, nor are we an off-taker, but we are an environmental group working in Brussels on decarbonizing transport. I mean, transport is by far the worst performing sector in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So action on climate change in the transport sector is long overdue. And so we do see a major role for e-fuels to play their role in decarbonizing the hard to abate sectors, ships and planes in particular. Just this. Yes. I just want to briefly sort of outline, I mean, I'll probably keep it a bit short given the advanced hour, talk about the regulatory framework, and then maybe address some of the points around how can we give additional support to scaling up e-fuels, renewable fuels to decarbonize aviation and shipping. So, I mean, for us, it is very clear, like even if you take all the advanced biofuels, all the waste, all the feedstock that you can use to make advanced biofuels, there's just not enough. I mean, you can decarbonize a good 10% of aviation energy demand in 2050. So clearly something else. There is no alternative to producing e-fuels. So I think we're all on the same page on this, that the e-fuels are an essential part of decarbonizing the transport sector and the economy broadly. I mean, we've looked at crop biofuels. This has been an absolute disaster in terms of the type of biofuels that we've gotten, always the cheapest and the most polluting fuels. But the advanced biofuels are just scalable in a small way. An environmental group, I think it's also my responsibility to say that demand management is also crucial. It has not been mentioned. If you try to supply e-fuels to a growing market, it's going to be more difficult than if you have a shrinking demand. So in our view, the aviation sector also has to stop growing and ideally shrink. And so we have some ideas around that. Energy efficiency in the shipping sector is a key component of meeting that demand and decarbonizing that sector. So I think this is absolutely crucial to take into account. I think it's been mentioned, it's hard to be original in the presentation, but I think, e-fuels are much more expensive than the advanced biofuels. And so they will need dedicated support to make them take off. So this is something that is that we don't see without mandates. And I think it's been mentioned by various speakers that without the RefuelEU aviation mandates, we wouldn't be discussing eSAF. So the mandates are absolutely crucial to make this happen. I mean, we're never going to compete with fossil kerosene, and e-fuels will also remain for the foreseeable future also more expensive than the advanced biofuels. So this is why we are also keep coming back to this point over and over, that we see a role in the hard to abate sectors, but where electrification is an option, and we think all of the road sector will go electric except for some niche uses. We think we really focus on particularly long distance aviation, so e-kerosene, and the e-ammonia, e-methanol for the long distance shipping. So these are the two key sectors that we focus on, and that we think that's where the policy action needs to be. So I think the goal is RefuelEU aviation. You have a SAF mandate that mandates supply. So fuel suppliers or companies will have to supply these fuels. And you have a guaranteed demand in a refueling obligation on airlines. So this is absolutely, and there will be significant penalties. I don't know whether these presentations will be shared afterwards, but there is, we also published a report on the penalties for non-compliance, and these sanctions will be heavy and will really drive the market in our view, and will really give a boost to the e-kerosene sector. I mean, for shipping, if aviation is the gold standard, refuel is the gold standard, shipping sends a much weaker signal on e-fuels. And I want to spend some time on the shipping sector. Their RFNBOs will have to compete with all kinds of other fuels, lower carbon fuels like LNG, blue hydrogen, blue ammonia, advanced biofuels. So in that context, there is not really a dedicated obligation to offtake or to supply for ship operators. It's unlikely that ship operators will use e-fuels to meet their mandate, at least between now and 2030. Maybe later on, once the targets get a bit more stringent under FuelEU Maritime, we'll see a bit more of a move towards e-fuels, but yeah, and there's also no supply mandate yet on sort of fuel suppliers. So on the shipping sector, I think we need additional action. Again, I've said it's hard to be original. So I think there was another presentation that also mentioned a bit the chicken and egg problem. Ship operators want a reliable supply of e-fuels, and e-fuel producers want ship operators to commit to very long-term offtake agreements. So this is something where they have to try and find each other, and yeah, where we have a bit what will come first, who will make the first move. in that sense, I mean, as an organization involved in advocacy, we really see this RED III, the Renewable Energy Directive transposition. So it's a directive. It needs to be transposed into national law. We see a major opportunity there to really push shipping e-fuels and to really, there's an indicative RFNBO sub-target for shipping. It is very, very small, 1.2% of all marine fuels. But that's where we would like to see greater ambition in the national transposition. So instead of going for the minimum 1% RFNBO under the RED, we would like to see that doubled, and then to really also steer the RFNBO sub-target, to have a sub-target for shipping, to also steer the RFNBOs in the shipping sector. So that is something where we think is a useful proposal, because the RFNBO mandate sits under this overall advanced fuels mandate, and by setting higher ambition on RFNBOs, you also relieve some of the pressure on the advanced biofuels, so you can lower the corresponding target for advanced biofuels. So this is something where we think more can be done, and so we're also going around with our members to national governments to advocate for this, and we really think this could give some visibility and some also to off-takers some security that there will be RFNBOs coming to the maritime sector. For example, in Germany, we think that there is a lot of e-fuel projects in Germany that are announced, and if you look at what needs to be done under RefuelEU Aviation in Germany, if you set this is a multiplied target, so a 16% RFNBO sub-target for shipping. So that's 16% with double counting with the 1.5 multiplier. So we're really looking at 5% maritime fuels that you would get to the 2%. So this is where we think that national governments need to step up and can really make a difference in the shipping sector, where we're seeing not a sufficiently high level of ambition. We're seeing some movement at national level, like the Belgium and the Netherlands. They signed a memorandum of understanding on getting renewable fuels to aviation and shipping. They're making clear that some of these there's no role for crop biofuels, and there's also we should also try to exclude some of the UCO and animal fats feedstocks. But really focus on dedicated targets for maritime sector and inland shipping, aviation, and so on. And with a dedicated sub-mandate for all these sectors of RFNBOs. So I think this is a start. This is a good beginning. We would like to see higher ambition on the RFNBO side, but that's at least a start. I think it's also been mentioned by some other speakers, the use of green hydrogen in refining, probably the most cheapest way for fuel suppliers to meet the mandate, use green hydrogen in refining, but then you kind of lose out on the final delivering the final fuels to the maritime sector, and we would like to see that some movement in that space happening before 2030 rather than later. I'd welcome some feedback from the industry on this. I think, we have some RFNBO mandates in aviation, yet not a lot of FID happening yet. But then for shipping, the situation is maybe even less clear. You still have a choice between different types of e-fuels. You have off-takers that are used to buying their fuels on spot markets, and now they're all of a sudden required to sign long-term off-take agreements. So this is not the way the fuel market usually works. Maybe you sign an off-take agreement to take fuels from Rotterdam, but then you move your business down to Antwerp or somewhere else. So there's fluctuations in demand, maybe an economic crisis, you don't need as many fuels. Location moves. So I think the RFNBO mandates are a start, but I think additional action is necessary here. And this is where we kind of at TNE are thinking about also in the context of the new European Commission, this idea of a clean industrial deal, that we think e-fuels should be an essential part of that. So there's been the European Hydrogen Bank. It has supported green hydrogen production in Europe. That's a start. But what has been missing has been more the off-taker. Like the off-taker is not entirely visible in that instrument. So we would like to see some kind of contract for difference where the German sort of vehicle, the H2 Global, match makes between an off-taker and a producer, where you have at a European level some H2 Global style matchmaking, a clearinghouse between supporting RFNBO production in the EU, where you support also through some of these so-called resilience criteria, where you make sure you support a made in the EU supply chain, so you can really focus on growing that supply in Europe. And at the same time, you're sort of an in-between to then sell that fuel to various off-takers. And I think that can also like really help there's bankability and reach some of these e-fuel producers to reach FID. I think so we would be building on sort of the European Hydrogen Bank. I mean, remember, it's the European Commission, it's innovation fund money that is used for that, but member states can also chip in and contribute to this fund to really what the previous presenter was saying around tendering, like a sort of EU-wide tendering for e-fuels for the aviation and shipping sector. That could be something that this hydrogen bank, by mimicking some of the H2 Global approach, by connecting producers and off-takers, that's a role that they could play. Of course, the money question is always key, like who will pay for this? I think, well, we propose that at least part of ETS revenue should go to supporting this clean tech, clean fuels production. So 25% of ETS revenue could be used for this. Revenues from kerosene tax could also be used to jumpstart this e-fuel production. Refuel EU penalties in the future could also help fund this. So there's money can be sourced for this, but I think it will resolve some of this chicken or egg situation that we're in now, and could really start seeing some matchmaking, this hydrogen bank playing this role of connecting the two. I will not go into great detail on I think that was the main part of the presentation. I just want to briefly maybe mention the sustainability criteria. So the RFNBO delegated acts, they have been criticized by some. I would like to make a plea that these are in place. I mean, that offers regulatory certainty. They are stringent. I'm not denying this, but there's also the transition phase. So there is some flexibility in that system, and I think it's important that as the whole electricity market is moving towards more flexibility, integrating variable renewables, that also the hydrogen industry plays its role in that. And I think the way the rules are designed, I mean, we can discuss in detail, but the way the rules are designed, they make sure that the hydrogen production does not worsen grid congestion, helps to integrate renewables, and so on. So I just wanted to also sort of be a voice of support for this RFNBO framework, the way it's been set up. I mean, we're also in the midst of a consultation about low carbon fuels. As TNE, we are not against or for nuclear, so we don't really have a point on that. The same point kind of applies around making sure that that e-fuel production does not take away low carbon sources for decarbonizing the grid, particularly as energy demand or electricity demand will go up from heating, from electrification. Just one point that we would like to, that we will submit to the Commission, is that we think that the upstream emissions for fossil gas in the proposal are lowballing the actual, as we're moving towards more LNG from the US or LNG from far away places like Qatar, that the upstream and the midstream emissions need to be properly taken into account, and that probably the Commission proposal is probably overly optimistic about sort of the levels of fugitive methane in the natural gas supply chain. So that's and then final point I'd like to make, but many have made it before. And I was happy to see that the e-fuels industry more broadly has identified the sourcing of the carbon as a challenge for the future, and that's also something that TNE will work on more in the future to make sure that we, that the biogenic carbon. We've done some studies on that as well. Just the RefuelEU mandates for the aviation sector will already eat up most of the biogenic carbon by 2030, 2035. So that's something where we think, we'll need something else on top of that, given that fossil carbon will be phased out, or there will be no more allowances available under the ETS by 2040. So where we need a bigger push on direct air capture and its use and use that carbon to produce e-fuels in the longer term. So this is not something that we would mandate 100% from the start, but that's something that could be maybe phased in longer term. So I'll leave it there and open to any questions.
One question on my side. You mentioned that blue hydrogen is not considered. What happens if there is a blue hydrogen project with biogenic CO2 somewhere outside of Europe, which accounts for less than 70% or more 70% of carbon reduction?
So blue hydrogen is not considered in RefuelEU aviation, but it is considered in FuelEU maritime. So it is in the FuelEU maritime. In RefuelEU aviation, it's only, correct me if I'm wrong, synthetic hydrocarbons of non-fossil origin that count for RefuelEU aviation.
Even if they meet to X3 70% threshold?
Yes.
Thanks for a great overview of these kind of incentives. I was wondering what your take is on the interplay between kind of disincentives like the emissions trading scheme or other carbon taxation mechanisms for the fossil fuel counterparts for a lot of the fuels that we're looking to produce in a way to try and incentivize the fuels.
Yeah, I think just I can all help. I think we've been asking, but yeah, because of unanimity rules, we don't get a EU-wide kerosene taxation in place. It is something that we've been pushing for a long time as TNE, but I think to make e-fuels attractive as a cost, as the compliance option for fuel suppliers, I think you need a very high carbon tax. And so I think mandates, taking a bit the history from the Renewable Energy Directive, we know mandates work. If you design them well, they can really promote and they give like a long-term visibility to the sector of where they should be heading. So in our view, mandates work, and just the kerosene tax will help to bridge that cost gap with fossil kerosene. And it will also help to have some funds to promote e-fuel, scaling up e-fuel production, but it's not. I think on its own, it's not enough.
More questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll invite up on the stage the one to finance all of the ESAF and other projects, the bankers. So welcome up Peter Van Ness, Martin Foreman, Matilda Ruller, Jean-Philippe Burson, and Henry Ruston.
Last session. Last session. The bankers. That is, we have 4 bankers, including myself, but the 5 people on stage, and there is a 5th person here as well that I want to. I want him to introduce himself because he works for a energy company, for a utility, for EDF, but then for Hynamics.
Yes, I have that feeling that I'm the only non-banker on stage. Am I right? So I have introduced myself earlier this afternoon, working for a development company for fuel. That development company, Hynamics, is also part of a bigger group in the energy sector, and we are looking forward to work with bankers to finance all our investments.
So he's sitting there on stage for you. He is going to ask your. Yeah, but he's going exactly. He's going to ask your questions.
Okay. Yeah.
The other 3 bankers, we have Martin. He works for SMBC. Henry, he works for ING, and we have Mathilde, and she works for CACIB or Crédit Agricole. Thank you for being here, and let's get started, and also make sure that we end up on time. Thank you. I mean, everybody has been discussing, okay, how to bank this. We've discussed it as well in previous sessions. Banks are open for business in general. And we want to finance the energy transition. We have sustainability teams, sustainability goals. But when it comes to situations around hydrogen and e-fuels, it's very limited what's happening so far. Why is that? Martin, let's start with you.
Hello, can you? Hello. Yeah. So I work for Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation. I just want to clarify it for everyone. That's not the Mitsui & Co. or not Sumitomo Corporation. We have a heritage, but it's a financial institutions. So Peter, I would agree. We're starting to see FIDs. We as a SMBC, we have financed NEOM projects in Saudi Arabia. Now we are looking at some of the projects in a UK and Europe and the Middle East, CCS and green hydrogen. I think that lots of people say offtake is the biggest obstacle to it, and probably it is. But I think that people should also understand that offtake needs to be aligned with the feedstock and the plant performance. So I think very often we see misalignment, which poses the problem for the bankers because they don't want to take that risk, the margin risk, effectively. Then we're dealing with a technology that we have not seen across. Even so, SMBC has financed petrochemical plants and refineries in the Middle East, but we still haven't come across this first of a kind integration, and we're coming across EPC contracts that simply has a gaps in it, and we seem not to be comfortable with it. And last part, I agree, government should play a little bit more role, and I think that UK have proved, at least in the CCS projects, that if government steps in and takes on some of those risks, banks are willing to come forward and finance these projects. Thank you.
Now, Henry, there is a difference between financing and investing in projects. I know ING has just like we have, has a private equity side and a private debt side. How often has that been used already to finance these sorts of projects?
I think on the, let's say on the equity side or risk-bearing capital, it has been deployed at a small scale. I mean, ING is not a major investor, it's more of a debt financer. But for example, we provided second lien risk-bearing capital to H2 Green Steel alongside the senior bank debt tranche. So I think that is
what is a second lien? What does that mean?
Well, it's there's no first priority on the debt, so it sits somewhere between first priority debt and equity. So to be clear, not equity investors into the project, but we have been equity investors in other areas, not necessarily hydrogen. But again, I speak here in my capacity as a debt provider and a debt advisor to hydrogen and derivative projects. And look, I think the answer to the original question is, what's the major obstacle? Yes, offtake is the major obstacle if you want to debt finance projects. It's not the major obstacle if you are a project developer and happy to finance it through equity. So it depends how you want to develop the project, how you want to pay for the project, and how you want to secure your returns. Ultimately, in the context of project finance, that is a tool which developers use to improve their IRRs. And in order to do that and bring in debt providers, obviously bankers, we're boring people. All we care about is getting our money back at the end of the day. But the quid pro quo of that is the margins that senior debt providers charge in the context of a first of a kind project is not very high. So clearly the tolerance for risk will be relatively low. Is that a surprise? No, it's not. And I think that if we draw in the context of other energy sector and development of other energy sectors, this should come as no surprise that from a project finance debt perspective, we would expect there to be appropriate risk sharing between investors, constructors, off-takers, and of course financiers. And if you compare that to example from the development of LNG business, which started on the basis of wholly long-term off-take contracts, because ultimately it was a capital intensive industry that had to start up from nowhere, and that required long-term contracts. No different here with hydrogen and derivatives. Actually, even if you look at traditional renewables, wind and solar, those all required long-term PPAs from a financing perspective when these started, in addition to public support. Now, today, yeah, banks will be willing to take more risk in terms of market. But I think, yeah, the question, what's standing in the place? You mentioned at the start, banks are open for business. We absolutely are, but there needs to be appropriate risk sharing, and particularly on the offtake.
Now you mentioned, before we go to Mathilde, I want to ask Jean-Philippe a question. Now you mentioned, okay, we did it with LNG, but that was also in an established market. We did it with solar and wind that produces power. That's also within an established market. We have power prices and we have power producers, and I can imagine that for banks as well, it is difficult to deal with markets that haven't developed yet as such. I want to get to Mathilde with that, but before that. Now you hear this, what are your IRRs, the ones that you require in terms of risk sharing? Give it up.
Okay, that's an interesting question, because I think we will face it. We will face it directly when we go to our investment committee, and it may be our investment committee as well as our partners, equity partners, investment committee. So we will be expecting an IRR which will be lower than for regular, standard, stable business, and we are an energy company, so we have some targets, acceptable target for regular wind, solar, nuclear.
But how high? How high? What's the number? 25%.
No.
Lower.
Lower than that.
Lower. And is that because you are EDF at the end of the day?
Because we will try to have a first-of-a-kind project, and we will be ready to take some more risk on that one for a first-of-a-kind project, and well, be in the first round of investors for this new technology. But I'm not sure that's the key question in that case, because what I hear from you bankers is that in any case, there is a risk adversity compared to new technology, compared to relating to new technology, relating to new markets with no stability. However, there has been something like that in the past for H2. There has been something like that even for ammoniac recently, for ammonia. There has been also for offshore wind in the past, first of a kind project that went into the financing market. So there has been a kind of risk sharing from bankers in those advanced projects. So how come we cannot find a way to split the risk, split the expected return on investment on a project like that one?
But now EDF is in the excellent position, like Shell and Total, EDF is in the excellent position to finance it from their top line. So you could go, even though you are Hynamics, you can go to their treasury and ask for a better price than what the banks are asking. And or if the banks are not willing to to provide financing, you can go to your internal treasury, right? Or doesn't it work like that?
No, it's not true, because in a company like ours, I mean, we will look for, we will have to prioritize investment, and we will have to prioritize investment and prioritize our cash usage. And in a case like that one, our project being first of a kind, well advanced and so on, will not be on the priority list. So that's why we have to find a way to deconsolidate it from our balance sheet. That's why we have to find a way to look for partners in order to share the risk, because we already have to finance some nuclear facilities, to have finance some other energy producing facilities. So I'm very sure that my project will be at the very low end of the priority list if I don't find partners that are able to share the risk with me.
So EDF is looking for bigger fools.
Yes.
Okay. On that note,
in a way.
To what extent has CACIB been promoting, not well, you're open for business as well. What has been done on your side? What sort of projects have you seen? And do you recognize this sort of discussion? I mean, we are then taking on the risk that they could also take on themselves, but yeah, it's not meeting their hurdles. Is it meeting our hurdles?
Well, yes, except for the part that you said that banks are high risk adverse. From what we do, we are involved in senior debt financing, and the bulk of what we're doing right now is advisory. We're traditionally active in both advisory and financing, but we have seen quite a few FIDs right now. So, but we have some lending appetite, so we expect to see more.
Do you also debt advise on situations where you take some of the loan yourself?
Yes, we could.
Okay.
And until now, we have financed, well, the two big project financings that have come until now, which are, well, namely H2 Green Steel and NEOM. And well, what I can say is that both financing were really very different from one another, and it may not have fit all of usual criteria in that field. It wasn't really easy credit committees, but if you take like both transactions, they're very different. For example, taking NEOM, you have 3 equity partners. You have Air Products, which is an historical industrial gas producer. On the other hand, you have H2 Green Steel, which is a revenue company with a large pool of equity investors. And while on NEOM, you have also Air Products being an exclusive off-taker, whereas for H2 Green Steel, you have a large pool of off-takers, whereas for Air Products, you have this 30-year off-take agreement, which is a very long-term period. Yeah. But for H2 Green Steel, it's multitude of off-takes, but short to medium off-take. And it may have not fit all the criteria, but while both deals have been cleaned by the market, both have been able to raise billions of dollars of financings. And the question, I don't know if this was just one-off because while every commercial bank wanted to be part of it, to be part of this landmark transactions. Well, I don't know if this is, a sign of a signal that we may have a more flexible criteria.
Did you work also on H2 Green Steel?
I was part of it, not just on my own, it's a whole team. I think that I just would like to say the difference between a NEOM and H2 Green Steel is that Air Products is a EPC contractor on NEOM, which is quite a big difference. Now in H2 Green Steel, this is scattered across, but again, each part of it can be produced on its own. And I think that that's not a case for e-fuel plant. If I understand correctly, if one part of the e-fuel plant falls apart, everything goes down.
But I understand as well that the Arabic situation has less mitigating effects of support from the government than H2 Green Steel, for instance. Is that correct? Is that the way you read it?
Yeah, I think that the EPC contract from Air Products is much stronger, in my view, compared to H2 Green Steel. Yeah, and I think that makes it quite different. because there is Air Products all over the place as a sponsor, EPC contractor, and off-taker, and it's a very strong company. H2 Green Steel is a slightly different construct.
You worked as well on H2 Green Steel. I think we all did. What's your experience with it and the differences and where it stands out? Because I mean, H2 Green Steel, I mean, this is one of the only real big situations that is actually taking off, right? And what the Swedes did there is quite interesting.
Yeah, I think Mathilde touched upon something that was quite important with respect to H2 Green Steel, was that in the end, the contracts were not actually considered long-term, so not 10 plus years. They were sort of, let's say, medium-term contracts. I won't give away all the details, but the reason I think that, banks were able to get comfortable with that was other elements were then, to the point of risk sharing, moved in the favor of lenders so that they could get comfortable. So they didn't have the long-term contracts, but the leverage was lower. So it wasn't a 70% leverage, it was a lower leverage. So there was more equity required into the project. There was also the presence of not only state support, but also ECAs, which helped to de-risk the project. So
can you elaborate on what an ECA is?
Export Credit Agency, so in ensuring effectively providing insurance for political and commercial risk for the bank debt. ECAs can also provide direct funding. And I think that's also another element important to discuss in terms of how we can get these projects off the ground. It's not just about project finance, commercial banks, but it's also ECAs, export credit agencies, who can provide political and commercial insurance to banks, but also provide direct funding. But then also the development finance institutions, EIB, have an important role within the context of Europe to play. So I think it's about pulling all these levers, and I think H2 Green Steel, Nestegra, was a very good example of that.
Yeah. So may I ask two questions to you bankers? What we've heard today, that there are a few projects actually that are currently looking for financing, looking for investors, looking for lenders in a new industry. My first question would be to you, does it have a value for a banker to be the first one, or to be in front row of the project financing for a new industry that looks fairly promising? I would feel it from the information that we got today. And to learn more from a first experience in lending money to a new project being first of a kind, or being the first in the row of this new industry. That's my first question. Second question is that, looking at all those projects, most of them have similar technologies, but not exactly the same. You have a lot of partners, strong partners, medium-sized partners. You have also various geographical zones. Is there any point in you bankers to associate those projects and run for a portfolio type of financing instead of a case-by-case financing, in order to mitigate the risks on a bigger size portfolio of projects?
Yeah, Henry, go first.
I think to your first point, the answer, as far as ING is concerned, is yes. We actually have a dedicated envelope of financing towards new energy, first of a kind projects, billion euros. So that is an envelope of lending which is set aside from a conventional energy sector balance sheet. And ING, I'm sure the same with SMBC and CACIB, have their own commitments to financing the energy transition, aligning their own portfolios with energy transition, i.e. a trajectory in the case of ING, I think the case in CACIB and SMBC. But in any case, there is an incentive also for financiers, major institutions, commercial banks, to finance the energy transition and engage in and lean in, to use the vernacular, into first of a kind projects. So, and your second sort of addendum was, is there a benefit to banks to be learning from that? I speak from personal experience that as a bank, we are also very interested to look at small scale projects, in hydrogen parlance, 10, 20 megawatt electrolysis capacity, which in the end, debt sizing is smaller, much smaller than what we would typically look at as a wider energy sector, simply so that we can develop and grow with our relationships and learn with project developers. Start small, get our feet wet, and learn small and see those projects develop into larger scale. Yeah.
I would probably add, we have a budget as well. We have it even split between a CCS, pure hydrogen, biofuels, and H2 derivatives. It's a 3-year plan.
Is that global or is that spread over
It's
geographies?
I look after Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So we have it for EMEA, and I believe my colleagues in Americas and Asia Pacific have a similar type of budget. Whether it's the same size, I cannot comment. But that's how we have approached it. I think some of you I already know, and we have been engaging with the startups for probably as long as 18, maybe 20 months. But it's very difficult to figure it out which one is getting really a good story behind, has the right stakeholders. Some people in some presentation already talk about it the right way, bringing the complementary skills on board, because these projects are not easy to pull off. But equally, I would ask anyone, how come that everyone struggles to raise the equity as well? So it's also, you should ask yourself, do you have a right structure? Do you have a right partners around? Or how come that it takes such a long time to raise equity? Some of these projects were earmarked to go to FID year and a half ago. Yet we are still looking at the same projects without FID. Sorry.
Yeah, and Mathilde, please include as well in the way you look at it. In projects finance, the risk assessments when projects are somewhat smaller versus somewhat bigger. I like that the point Henry makes. I mean, that is in our thinking is going the same way, because we see many folks starting too big, even though they haven't been in a refinery in their lives.
Well, I completely agree with what have been said, and we have a huge appetite, for lending. And I think that the first projects will benefit from the early mover advantage because we have to come up with a new internal organization. For example, my team was created just a few years ago, and we have some undertakings, and we don't do oil and gas anymore. So yes, of course, there's a huge appetite, and as just that not many projects that have reached FID that come to us. So yes, you will benefit from that, but even if, I don't know, I'm not sure that the risk committees will say the same, because that is entirely new for them. It's a new risk assessment and it's more complex. And with regards to your question on the size, yes, actually, this is something very new. So we have begun to see that on the M&A side. For example, we do some equity raise, talking to VC funds, which is something completely new for a large bank like us. And on the debt side, yes, usually, we have a threshold of things that we're looking at. And the reality when it comes to hydrogen and e-fuels projects is that sometimes, it's good to have this progressive ramp up in order to gain from your experience, to have this learning curve. And this is also why we see that many projects going forward and things becoming operational, actually small scale plants. So it may not be that big. It can be 20, 40 megawatts, but it's sometimes it's good to begin small. And yes, we are trying to push that and to look at this transaction, this projects that could be too small, could have been too small in the old world, I would say, but that makes sense for the hydrogen and e-fuels field.
Is there any thinking in CACIB about what sort of equipment should be used? Can it be Chinese? I mean, the EC, the Hydrogen Bank now is aiming for 25% maximum Chinese equipment. How do you look at that? Is there any, other discussion? I mean, you have sustainability teams as well. How do they feel about these things?
Well, we are technology agnostic. In any case, we rely on.
Do you hear that?
on the report from the technical consultant. But what is important is for the suppliers, the equipment suppliers, to be transparent and to be able to open the books, the factories, to the consultant.
Mm-hmm. Martin, your point on equity, yeah. I agree in a sense that we especially for smaller projects, why are these not with these high IRRs? Why are these not totally equity financed? And also, do you see in your endeavors when it comes to e-fuels, are the off-takers involved as well? And does that matter? We see the Northvolt Volkswagen situation in batteries. Volkswagen thinking, I can't get hold of any batteries on the global market, so I need to step in myself to make sure that I get a grip on the supply chain. That is something we don't see in e-fuels and hydrogen yet, right? No airlines, no.
So in e-fuels, we haven't really seen that, but I don't necessarily subscribe that potentially airline as a equity partner needs to be there. Some of the projects are potentially giving up equity for offtake. Yes, I would rather see on a sponsor side someone who is capable operating a refinery and construct it rather than airline. But regarding the airlines, I think that was one of the questions that we introducing another credit risk. I think that's probably true. There are not many investment grade airlines today. But also, how about the cargo airlines? You know, they are probably a slightly different beast. And in SMBC, we have also our affiliates. It's SMBC Aviation Capital, which is one of the largest lessor to airlines. So through our banking channels, we can potentially get comfortable with probably less creditworthy airlines as well, because we know them much better through our affiliates.
Any questions already in the room?
The second question.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The mixing of various projects.
I had a second question.
Portfolio management.
Yeah, portfolio management. Would it help to finance with some good leverage a portfolio compared to a single project on a case-by-case study?
I mean, that depends on risk management. Maybe, Mathilde? No.
Did you want to?
Yeah. Look, I don't think. So I just have two examples probably. So in the UK, if anyone is familiar with the UK HAR or like a zero hydrogen fund auctions, most of the green hydrogens are very small. So I would imagine if somebody comes with a portfolio of a few smaller green hydrogen projects, I could imagine that being portfolio financed. If I come down to an e-fuel plant, some reasonable size, like an industrial scale pilot, not billion plus, I think that I would like to first see one working.
Yeah.
And to answer the question from my perspective, I think before the projects are operational, it will not help to have them financed on a portfolio basis, because ultimately there will need to be a credit assessment on each of the projects and their individual merits. But it is certainly the case, and it's we've seen it not necessarily within the hydrogen, but if you look at within the biogas sector, again, slightly different in terms of kind of technology risk, but certainly once those companies have multiple plants operational, then it indeed becomes a benefit in terms of diversification of risk to have it done on a portfolio basis. But pre-operations, I don't think it will help.
To quickly complement, there's also one point on the size, because e-fuel projects usually are not really small projects, and you can quickly go up to hundreds of millions of euros. So if you have this portfolio approach, then I think you will quickly reach the $1 billion scale.
What is surprising, we've seen two IPOs in France, Hydrogène de France and LIF or Life. Both, I think, 130 million, but still both of them not investing the equity, let's say 100% equity finance sort of projects, right? Even though they have the money, they are not doing it. I find it also quite surprising. On the refinery side, how many of you are working on projects where the refinery is just producing one or two products? Please raise your hand. What products? So the rest is working either not on any project at all, or is, or is working in larger sort of setups. Can anyone discuss? Yeah, in the back. Yeah. So how many products in your refinery?
Yeah, 2-3 products.
Yeah, 2-3, up to 4. Okay, then the question to the panel is, to what extent, I mean, if there's a project finance and there's an off-taker, okay, but if we finance refineries in general, we have 65 of these in Europe, more or less, 45 perhaps obsolete already, with only 1 or 2 products. Do we think a refinery that only produces 1 or 2 or 3 products is actually a viable refinery, set aside the offtake contract? Will it survive after, or does it need to have more products and more optionality? And do you care?
I think it's a very good question.
You're thinking bankers here. That's
But I think most of the refineries have a quite flexible product slate, and it depends on the market conditions. I think that I cannot remember last time when there was a project financing for refinery in Europe. We have done some petrochemical plants and refineries in the Middle East, but they didn't raise much of a debt on it. And then also they had a strong backing behind it, because we're effectively talking about national oil companies rather than anything else, or oil majors.
And will you see an e-fuel producer? Will you label that as an e-fuel producer or as a refinery?
I have a benefit that I come from a BP. I spent 12 years in a business development, upstream oil and gas in a BP. I would every single day call it refinery. I will not call it e-fuel. And I will also call it that in front of my credit committee, so they really understand what we are getting into.
Thank you, Martin. Henry.
I have nothing further to add to that.
How do you feel about that, Rob? Rob feels something about it.
Trying to grab where this question is heading to. I mean, on one side, I'm feeling that, okay, if you, the product developer, have a diversification and hence de-risking of your product uptake. On the other side, I hear them and the difference between NEOM and
Is it green steel? Yeah.
NEOM is one product, green ammonia, and it is a project which is financed with an off-taker and products, who happens to be the EPC contractor then as well. On the other side, H2 Green Steel is one product, but you say, okay, if it fails, they still have hydrogen somewhere in that. So what would be the criteria to look into on offtake agreements or on product diversification? And I ask you, I guess, on behalf of the electric fuels quality.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my answer, and it sounds like you have one as well, but my answer is actually I wouldn't get caught so much on what the product is or whether it's one product or two. I mean, it does go back to the underlying contract. In the case of NEOM, you're producing ammonia that was underpinned. I mean, it's all about the long-term visibility on the cash flows of the project to repay the debt. That's the crux of it. Now, yes, when bankers will look at a project like NEOM, they will say, right, what's our primary recourse? It's the contract. What happens if the contract falls away? What are you left with? You're left with ammonia. Can I shift that in the market? Yes or no? And that's the analysis that will be taken. Now, I personally happen to think, and I argue and advocate for this within our institution, is that where you're producing a product such as ammonia or methanol, you're at least dealing with a commodity that can be traded. Is it fully commoditized? There's a debate there, but at least you can say to your credit committee, if the primary contract falls away, you're at least left with something that you can put a price onto. It won't be the green premium price, it will be the grey price, but you can at least run a sensitivity analysis on that. So for me, the most important thing is not whether your refinery is producing 1, 2, or 3 products, it's what's the underlying contract and what's your plan B in the case of those contracts falling away.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I would say in a H2 green steel, you ultimately have a more products. It's not just a one because it's a whole green steel chain. So you go from primary production to hot rolling and so on. So that you have intermediate products in between, which you could ultimately sell if needs to be. But I would absolutely agree what Henry says that the long-term contract and the alignment. So we don't like the margin risk inside. The SPVs is probably what drives it. And before you get to the revenue, I think that what occupies our mind is how you get it completed, because we don't want to end up with a half-built plant without completion. So ideally, get to the completion and then the revenue contract. So I think that's these two stages, I think, are quite important.
Jean-Philippe.
Thank you. Then let me ask another question, which is, of course, there will be a need for some kind of guarantee given by either the EPC or the investor or the technology provider, because we all understand that there is a big share of risk still in the technology, in the capacity to complete such a complex new plant. We may have some more security on the offtake agreement or on the sourcing agreement for electricity or CO2, for example. But the heart of the question is really in the technology today, because there is no equivalent plant operating. So can I ask you what type of guarantee you would request from the technology providers or from the investors on that aspect, and limited to that access? And how long would be that guarantee? Because ultimately we know that after, let's say, 3 years of operation, we have a much better visibility of the project operation, of the balance sheet and the P&L, and therefore refinancing will be an easier task probably after a few years once the project is commissioned. So how long would be a guarantee? What type of guarantee would help find a way to share between equity, because there will be a risk from equity providers and lenders?
Mathilde.
Well, I would prefer to leave that question to project finance specialist.
Oh, I told you. So sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be varying degrees of length of performance guarantees. For example, we would expect there to be performance guarantees provided by the OEMs for the electrolyzers. I agree with your point that after a couple of years, you start to get more certainty. So the requirement, let's say, for performance guarantees would become less urgent or less required. I think my answer to this is, yes, we're dealing with new technologies. Yes, we're dealing with first-of-a-kind projects. But from a project financing perspective, all the elements are there in terms of how we can mitigate risk. If you look at the EPC contractors should be willing to provide either a lump sum turnkey project terms. It is true that there is less willingness for EPCs to provide that, but then you can go to EPCM, or you can have cap contingent equity. You can have appropriate budgeting within the project financing. So there are elements. I mean, these are all sort of more technical elements, but I think that from a bankability perspective, I don't think, certainly for our own institution, we're getting too hung up on, let's say, the sort of the detailed elements of performance guarantees, what guarantees are being provided by the EPCs. I mean, for example, you can pull on certain amounts of insurance, for example, for the EPC. So there are elements that you can integrate within the project financing. Obviously, our job, at least in terms of supporting project developers, is to help you limit as much as possible the recourse to your balance sheet, whilst also providing debt providers with sufficient comfort that ultimately there is that appropriate risk sharing. But again, I think that there are levers that can be pulled in order to kind of, for example, if a performance guarantee provided by the OEM isn't quite what we would expect it to be, then you can, for example, take out insurance or cap contingent equity as an example.
Martin, your answer, can you include as well how often you've seen insurance already included in proposals? Because it is relatively new, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I wanted to add largely because there is a potentially risk if you have a different technology providers and so on, how the integration works. And now we're starting to see some of the insurance companies coming from US, I have to say. like a new energies risk and so on, that may potentially also for the lenders address the integration risk. I would only add to Henry that I would prefer not to have any new technology in a first plant, which is not proven. We see some of you using a novel catalyst potentially to increase yield. And I think that if yes, then I think that then the guarantees should be longer for this and should be far more stricter. Ideally, the first of the plant would use the catalyst as we know them in the GTL plants and so on, and not using any novel technologies. Maybe leave it for the next one. That would be my preference, but.
31 seconds to go. You hang in there. Congratulations with that. Jean-Philippe, give me the IRR. No. I thought so. Thanks for showing up. We leave it with that. I wish you all a very pleasant evening. If you want to travel to Amsterdam, I don't know exactly, is there a plan for that? I think there will be buses from the hotel. I can imagine that you go to Schiphol first and then take the train. Or you stay here and have a wonderful evening. I leave that up to you.
Okay, all, thank you very much for a good debate on the bankability and also thanks for everybody to stay all through this long day. It's been a lot of learnings and very interesting presentations. So I think we're at sort of 7 o'clock, so I'm not going to hold a sort of long wrap up of this. Just say that there's drinks now outside, and thank you everybody for today, and we'll see you again tomorrow here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just last word from me, please. If I can please ask you to get on the stage. My colleague photographer would like to make a group photo of you. And of course, let me thank all our speakers for their commitment and very interesting presentations, all our participants for coming and asking questions. And we have prepared the reception for you. It starts at 7 p.m. On the bar, basically next to the restaurant. And tomorrow, I'm looking forward to see